Chapter 34. Next was a large bag of strange spellcasting materials, but since he already had the spellcasting material exemption ability, it was not of much use at all. Finally, there was a dark red book that reeked of blood. Obviously, this was Ulysses' spellbook. However, due to the very complicated enchantment on it, he could not open it at all with his current level as a mage. In addition to the above, there was also a small bag of gems in the pouch. There were not many of them, only about 20 or so. They were basically rubies, sapphires, and diamonds and looked very beautiful. Just as Andrei was immersed in the joy of harvesting the spoils of war, a crack suddenly appeared on the wall beside him, and then it collapsed with a bang. If not for the magic pet's reminder, he would have been crushed to death by the huge rock. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Could it be that my explosion just now broke the supporting structure? Standing on the violently shaking ground, Andrei muttered to himself in disbelief. However, now was obviously not the time to think about it. He immediately picked up all the things on the ground, turned around, and ran in the direction of the exit. When he passed by the warehouse, he also picked up a leather backpack, a water bottle, a crossbow, a quiver full of crossbow bolts, a large bag of unknown gold coins, and a bundle of rope. As an experienced hunter, he knew that he could not panic at a time like this. If he was not prepared, he would die in the dangerous frozen wasteland even if he escaped. However, fate seemed to especially like to play tricks on the smart. When Andrei ran with all his might to the front hall, he was shocked to find that the passage leading to the outside had been completely blocked, and there was no way out at all. Watching as the speed of the collapse became faster and faster, he sat on the ground with a helpless and bitter smile on his face. This is really the case. Man proposes, God disposes. I tried my best to get rid of Ulysses, but in the end, I'm going to be buried with him. Just as the young man closed his eyes and waited for death, Little Eye opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and took out a scroll box from the pouch. It took out a dark yellow scroll and placed it in front of its master, crying out loudly. "You want me to activate this scroll?" Andrei muttered to himself as he looked at his familiar in disbelief. He suddenly remembered that a book mentioned that beholders were very sensitive to arcane spells. Although the Eye of the Ball was one of the weaker branches, it had undoubtedly inherited this talent. With the mentality of making every possible effort, he stuffed the scroll box back into his waist pouch. Then, he cast Unsummon on his magical pet. After the small eye was completely gone, he carefully activated the spell on the scroll. In an instant, an intense white light flashed. The young man's figure completely disappeared. Only in the end did he realize that the scroll recorded a level 5 teleportation spell, which could teleport people very far away. Unfortunately, he had chosen the furthest distance without knowing anything. Andrei had just teleported away when the entire front hall completely collapsed. Huge rocks and soil buried everything. From the outside, the whole mountain was shaking violently and even caused an avalanche. The deafening roar could be heard clearly even tens of kilometers away. As for himself, he felt as if his body was being squeezed flat, passing through an unknown crevice. A dazzling light flashed in front of his eyes. After a short few seconds, he seemed to have been pushed by someone and fell hard to the ground. For a moment the world was spinning, and he did not recover for a long time. Ugh! The intense dizziness made him unable to hold back. He lay on the ground and vomited. Dark green liquid spurted out of his esophagus, making his whole mouth bitter and astringent. After vomiting, Andrei regained some consciousness and hurriedly got up from the ground. He breathed in the fresh air while carefully observing his surroundings. There was no snow, no bone-chilling wind, and the surrounding temperature was about 15 or 16 degrees. A large number of unknown birds flew around in the sky, and the moisture content in the air was very high. All in all, this was a place far away from the Canteru Kingdom, probably in the south. As for the specific location, he did not know. After all, there was no complete map of this world. Many countries and cities regarded this as a taboo, afraid that their enemies would use it to their advantage. Although the current situation was not good, it was not terrible either. As a hunter, he could easily obtain what he needed in the forest. Coupled with the power of arcane spells, even if he encountered powerful beasts, there was nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, as long as he went in one direction, he would eventually find a town or traveler. When the time came, he could ask about the situation. "All right, take it easy. At least I didn't die with Ulysses, nor was I teleported to a dangerous place. At least I didn't lose an arm or a leg. Besides, isn't it always my dream to go out and see the outside world?" Andrei comforted himself as he shook off the mud on his body. His character had already been trained to be incomparably tough in the world of ice and snow in Lonely Mountain Town, and he had also been retrained by the necromancer. Therefore, he did not care about this little problem at all. He quickly took out his crossbow and carefully explored the forest. Unlike the harsh environment and dangerous Black Forest, this forest was obviously much safer. Many of the wild rabbits were very bold, and they were not afraid at all when they saw strangers. They continued to calmly graze on the grass until they were a little closer. Only then would they raise their butts and jump a few steps forward. Obviously, this situation could only mean two things. One was that there were very few people nearby, and the other was that there were no large carnivores nearby. After walking all the way south for 3 to 4 hours, Andrei was a little tired. Stamina and strength were not his strong points in the first place, and he was carrying a huge bag on his back. Therefore, he decided to find a place to sit down and rest for a while. He would eat some food and learn a few spells while he was at it. It was a combination of work and rest. Perhaps he had finally gotten rid of his bad luck. After a few minutes, he finally found a relatively flat rock. Without saying a word, he took off his bag and sat on it, panting heavily. Cough, 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 cough. The rapid breathing caused Andrei's old illness to act up again. He coughed violently for a while, then opened his personal belongings and took out a scroll box. He began to search for a level 1 or 2 scroll that he could use. At the same time, he took out a small piece of dried meat and chewed on it. As a transmigrator who had a strong interest in supernatural powers, he quickly forgot about the time and immersed himself in the world of arcane art. It did not take long for him to find 5 scrolls that could be used at the moment from the 20 over scrolls. Chapter 35. They were level 1 magic. Identify can be used to identify various items, scrolls, and books to obtain detailed information. Magic missile shoots a flashing missile to hit the target. 1 missile will be added for every 2 levels of the mage. At most, 5 missiles can be shot at the same time. Burning Hand shoots cone-shaped flames from the hands of the spellcaster, burning all creatures within range. Level 2 magic. Invisibility can make the target creature invisible to the naked eye, but any attack or spellcasting will lead to exposure. Spider Web shoots a large sticky spider web, trapping all enemies in the area. The stronger the enemy, the easier it is to break free. There were not many spells, but they were all very practical. It seemed that Ulysses had prepared them for himself. After all, normal spellcasting required time, but the scroll only needed to be activated. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, the sun had set. When the last trace of light completely disappeared, Andrei was shocked to find that it was dark. Fortunately, he had just learned the last new spell, so other than being unable to see, there was nothing wrong. As he did not have the memory of Illuminate, there was no way to create a light source. He could only silently lie on the rock and close his eyes to rest. He absolutely did not dare to sleep. Although he had not encountered any carnivores so far, there was always a what-if, so he planned to wait until he summoned his magic pet tomorrow to have a good rest. For now, it was better to hold on a little longer. Although it was a good idea, Andrei neglected one point. When people were tired, even if they just sat down and rested for a while, they could fall asleep. First, he had a battle of wits with the terrifying necromancer, then he had to escape in the tunnel that was about to collapse, and finally he had to walk continuously for several hours in the forest. Whether it was physically or mentally, he had reached his limit. Now that his tense nerves finally relaxed, he unknowingly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, he vaguely heard a burst of noise in his ears. "Steve, stop fighting! There are too many of these goblins. If we continue, we will all die." "No. We can't give up Bill and Alexia, they are trapped inside." "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I knew that something would go wrong with this mission." "Don't talk nonsense. Take your weapon and get ready to fight. We, the adventurers of Lincoln City, are not cowards who abandon their companions." "Human. It's a human voice." Andre abruptly opened his eyes and instantly saw a bright fire in the distance. At the same time, there were curses and battle cries. It seemed that someone had encountered trouble. Without any hesitation, he picked up his backpack and ran towards the scene of the incident with his crossbow. It was not easy to meet someone of the same kind in this wilderness. No matter what, he had to help them and ask for directions. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take for him to see a town. With years of hunting experience, Andre had learned a kind of light footwork. He passed through the bushes and woods and entered the ambush area without making any sound. A group of short creatures with orange skin, wide faces, flat noses, pointy ears, and big mouths were running quickly. They were short, about 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall, wearing tattered gray leather clothes, holding sticks and wood style in their hands, and making strange cries. Even though it was his first time seeing them, he immediately recognized that they were the famous goblins. Of course, famous was only a form of sarcasm. Even the women of Lonely Mountain Town looked down on goblins. Any human above the age of 14 could kill a goblin in a one-on-one battle, not to mention the mountain people who often had close contact with the beastmen. However, these little creatures were not completely useless. When their numbers reached a certain level, they could immediately cause massive destruction. The scene before his eyes was the best proof of that. Hundreds of goblins surrounded the 5 humans in the middle. It looked like the odds were against them. A young girl with a bow and arrow was about to cry. Seeing that the situation was dire, Andre did not have time to think. He immediately raised his crossbow and pulled the trigger without even aiming, killing 2 goblins in an instant. The massive penetrative power of the crossbow bolts was a nightmare for these little creatures with weak bodies. Every bolt killed 2 to 3 goblins. Seeing their own kind fall one after another, even the less intelligent goblins began to panic. They raised their tattered shields vigilantly and looked around for the attacker, trying to find me? Dream on. Andre secretly despised the intelligence of the goblins. He quickly changed his position and chose a blind spot. He continued to repeat the actions from before. Pulling the bowstring, loading the crossbow, aiming, shooting. The crossbow bolts once again accurately pierced through 2 targets. A row of notifications popped up in his vision. Hit a vital point. Fatal blow activated. Dealt 14 points of damage to goblin. Target's vital organs destroyed. Dead. Obtained 5 EXP. EXP. 2010 unallocated. Looking at the pitiful amount of EXP, he silently sighed. As expected of the famous goblins. You should know that killing an adult male deer gives you 10 EXP. 2 of these little monsters together are only worth 1 male deer. No wonder they are looked down upon by so many people. In fact, the goblins' combat power was not as weak as the young man imagined. Otherwise, they would not have been called an undefeatable disaster. Although their strength was lower than an adult's, they were more agile due to their small size. They also liked to swarm forward. Ambushes, traps, throwing javelins, and sneak attacks were all goblins' specialties. Under the leadership of a smart leader, goblins would quickly become cunning and despicable. They were even capable of using some simple tactics. In short, they were a troublesome enemy. André, who planned to shoot another arrow and move to another location, suddenly discovered a very muscular creature that was about the same height as a human. It was obvious that it was the leader of this tribe. As a transmigrator, he understood better than anyone the principle of capturing the leader. So, he gritted his teeth and carefully approached, wanting to use the crossbow in his hand to shoot through the head of the goblin. When he was less than 20 meters away from the target, the goblin leader suddenly turned its head. Its ugly face revealed a trace of malevolence. It then pointed at the place where the young man was hiding and opened its mouth to roar out some words unique to the goblins. Chapter 36. Damn it! This guy's eyes have night vision. André cursed under his breath. Without waiting for the other goblins to surround him, he jumped out and pulled the trigger without hesitation, killing the two closest goblins. Then, he began to chant a spell loudly. In just a few seconds, he raised one of his arms and shot out a large amount of magic grease. All the goblins that rushed over slid to the ground, including the leader. Seeing that there were no more enemies around to disturb him, he immediately went into casting mode again. This time, he was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had completed the second arcane spell. A white electric light accurately hit the goblin leader, electrocuting him until he was foaming at the mouth. At the same time, the electric spark ignited a large amount of grease and grass, turning the area into a purgatory. A large amount of information began to pop up on his retina. The raging fire devoured the lives of dozens of goblins. Painful screams and wails filled the air above the forest. Some of the goblins that were on fire wanted to rush out to seek help from their own kind, but they fell to the ground with a plop after taking a few steps. They never got up again. The combination of the level 1 grease spell and level 0 tremor shock spell was so effective that even André, the initiator of the spell, was a little surprised. He looked at the fire that was burning more and more fiercely. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "Flammable grease can be ignited as long as it is exposed to high temperatures. So, when low-level spells are used together, they can produce such a powerful effect. No wonder wizards are respected by everyone." As their leader and a large number of their companions were burned alive, the remaining goblins scattered and ran for their lives. To these cowardly goblins, once they lost their leader or saw no hope of victory, it was normal for them to run away. The 5 rescued goblins hurriedly helped each other to the front of the young man. One of them, who looked the oldest and had a full beard, put one hand on his chest and bowed deeply. "Good evening, Honorable Wizard. My name is Alger, the leader of this adventure team. Thank you very much for your help, or we would have died today." "You're welcome. As a member of the human race, I'm very happy to help my compatriots out of their predicament." André nodded and said with a smile. He noticed that the man spoke in the common tongue of the continent, and his tone was respectful. His eyes, in particular, inadvertently revealed a trace of fear. It seemed that the status of mages in this area was quite high, at least much higher than that of the Canteru kingdom. This was because, even though Serena was very excited when she found out that he had become a mage, she was far from this level. "You are truly a generous and benevolent mage. May I take the liberty to ask, where are you planning to go? If it's on the way, maybe we can go together. Although our strength is not worth mentioning compared to yours, we can still do some chores." Alger's tone was very humble, and he used honorifics with almost every word. It was hard to imagine that these words came from the mouth of such a bold and muscular man. However, ever since he saw the terrifying power contained in Ulysses' withered body, André had learned not to judge a book by its cover. After all, there were too many mysterious things in this world, so he had to be more careful. He definitely couldn't tell the truth to these strangers, so he thought for a moment and immediately put on a helpless look and spread his hands. I don't know where I'm going. I don't even know where I'm going. All of this is because of a failed magic experiment. I was sent here by an unknown force. Oh, goddess of fortune above. I've heard of how terrible a failed magic experiment is. It's said that many mages have lost their lives because of it. A girl in the team covered her mouth and exclaimed. Yes, the magic experiment I participated in caused a violent explosion. The whole place collapsed, and I don't know how many people died, Andre said with a face full of fear. The expression on his face was not fake, but rather, it was because he recalled the dangerous situation when he fought with the necromancer. Hearing that the youth didn't have a clear goal, Alger hurriedly extended an invitation. Since you don't have a goal, why don't you come with us back to Lincoln City? That's our hometown, and it's also the closest city to here. Andre, who was playing right into Alger's hands, put on a nonchalant look and shrugged. Well, that's all I can do. My name is Andre. You can just call me that. There's no need to add those awkward prefixes. Anyway, I don't care. After saying that, he began to look at his temporary teammates one by one, secretly guessing their professions. It was impossible for an ordinary person to hold on for too long under the siege of so many goblins. They must have some powerful professions. I'm Steve. They call me Blockhead. Nice to meet you, Mr. Mage. A young man who looked like a farmer first stood up and introduced himself. He looked very honest, and the first to fight to the death should be this guy. Another black-haired young man who looked younger said in a half-joking tone, That's right, you're a blockhead. You saw so many goblins and still turned around to save them. You're so stupid. But I'm glad to have such a stupid partner. Hello, Mr. Mage. My name is Bill. They call me Smarty. My name is Alexia. If you think it's too long, you can call me Alexia. Thank you again for saving all of us with your powerful spells. After introducing herself, the girl showed a sweet smile on her face, which made the other young men look at her. The last one to stand up was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall, carrying a shield and an axe. He held back for a long time and finally squeezed out a sentence. My name is Charlie. My nickname is Blockhead. If you need any help, please don't hesitate. I'm good at this. Nice to meet you. Now we know each other. Let's go. I know a relatively safe place to rest in the West. After saying that, Andre turned around and walked towards the place where he slept. But before he could take a few steps, Alger stopped him with a face full of surprise. Sir, don't you want to clean up the battlefield and look for spoils? Spoils. Andre turned around and glanced at the charred corpses on the ground, and pursed his lip. Forget it. I don't think there's anything valuable on these dirty little monsters. Besides, my luggage is already heavy enough. I can't carry more. Chapter 37. No. You clearly don't understand these goblins well enough. Even though they're dirty and smelly, they still have quite a few good things on them. Please wait here for a moment, we'll be able to prove this point immediately. As for the problem of heavy luggage, it's even easier to handle. Just leave it to Charlie, he has plenty of strength. After Alger finished speaking, he didn't give the youth any time to object. He immediately called for the other 4 to begin rummaging through the charred corpses. It had to be said that they were extremely professional in this area. In a short 10 minutes, they had obtained 7 or 8 gemstones, about 50 to 60 gold coins that weren't very heavy, 300 silver coins of the same weight, a large bag of copper coins, 2 long swords that were still in decent condition, a stinking steel helmet, and finally a pair of iron gloves. Shocking. Andre didn't know what to say at this moment. He had never thought that these dirty goblins would be able to find so many useful things. Lonely Mountain Town was isolated from the rest of the world, and they basically bartered for items. Due to the limited transportation capacity, there weren't many things that could be used as goods, so currency was rarely used. However, he still knew a little about the prices of goods outside. Ordinary workers could only earn one small silver coin a day even if they worked hard. Only skilled craftsmen could earn one small gold coin. In the market, a chicken only cost 6 copper coins. The amount of money in front of him was enough for many people to save up for several years without eating or drinking. Sometimes, André would wonder why the commoners didn't revolt and overthrow the nobles above their heads when the gap between the rich and the poor was so great. After coming into contact with feudal knights and arcane magic, he finally found the answer to this question. It wasn't that the commoners didn't want to revolt, but that the power of the rulers was just too great. A fully armed feudal knight could easily kill 50 or even 100 commoners, and a wizard was even more terrifying. This was especially so after mastering a destructive rank 3 arcane spell. They were basically human weapons. Under such circumstances, who would dare to resist? The answer was no one. In this world, the foundation of feudal rule was as stable as a rock. All reforms had to be done from the top down in order to have a chance of success. Otherwise, they would only be like moths flying into a flame. Looking at the pile of spoils in front of him, André felt a little helpless. In particular, there was a large bag of copper coins that weighed at least 10 kilograms. He didn't want any of that, and there were also swords, iron gloves, and helmets and other junk. According to the currency of the Canterbury Kingdom, a small gold coin could be exchanged for 214 copper coins. Who would be so idle as to carry a heavy bag of copper coins? Although he didn't know the exchange rate of Linton City, it shouldn't be too far off. However, Alger didn't notice the rejection in the young man's eyes. He pointed at the items on the ground enthusiastically and said, "All the valuable items are here. If there's no problem, I'll let Charlie carry them and return them to you when we reach Linton City." "No, there's no need. Just give me the gold coins and gems. Take the rest as a reward for your hard work in searching." He was a little tired after such a long time, and didn't want to be entangled with these people any longer. Most importantly, as a mage, if he couldn't get 8 hours of sufficient sleep, he wouldn't be able to remember arcane spells the next day. This wasn't good news in this dangerous forest. Bill looked at the spoils on the ground and asked helplessly, "Boss, what should we do now?" "What else can we do? Pick up the items and follow. Didn't you hear what the generous mage said? These will be our reward." After saying that, Alger took the lead and grabbed the bag full of silver coins and iron gloves and followed closely behind the young man. When the others saw this situation, they also took 1 or 2 items. As for the heaviest copper coins, they left them for the strong Charlie. With the help of the fire that hadn't been extinguished, the group quickly arrived near a flat rock. The honest Steve immediately picked up some firewood and used a flint to light a bonfire. The temperature in the forest was very low at night, and with the fire, everyone didn't feel cold anymore. This was especially so for the few young men who had survived the disaster. They all looked at André with curiosity and awe, and didn't have the slightest intention of resting. Perhaps André wouldn't mind chatting with them on a normal day, but he was too tired today, so he just smiled at everyone and closed his eyes to sleep. Not long after, soft snoring sounds could be heard. "Hey, Kushia, what do you think of the mage who saved us?" Bill, who was the most quick-witted, asked in a low voice. "What do you think?" The only female in the group didn't understand what her companion meant, and blinked her eyes in confusion. "Not bad. He's much better than those lunatics in the city who lock themselves in the tower all day." Hearing the girl's irrelevant answer, Bill quickly shook his head and said, "No, I'm not asking about his personality, but his strength. What kind of magic do you think he used to burn so many goblins to death?" "I don't know. The power of magic isn't something normal people like us can understand. Maybe you can wait until tomorrow and ask him himself." Alexia glanced at the sleeping youth and suggested softly, "That makes sense. I'll try tomorrow. After all, he looks like he's only 14 or 15 years old." He'll definitely be easier than those white-haired old men and middle-aged mages with gloomy faces. Ouch. Before Bill could finish his sentence, Alger walked over and gave him a hard slap. He warned with a serious expression, "You better give up on that idea. Don't cause trouble with your little smarts. What do you think mages are? They're the masters of supernatural powers, and their brains are 100 times smarter than yours. So don't judge a mage by his age. Be honest on the road." "Damn it. I just want to know if I have the talent to become a mage. You know, I've always been smart. I just lacked an opportunity. Think about it. If I become a mage, I'll be able to control power like just now. What kind of mission can stop us in the future? Not to mention. Also, anyway, this is a living mage. How long will it take to meet a second one?" Bill clenched his fists and let out a low growl. He looked so agitated that his entire face was flushed red. His eyes were burning with flames, and his teeth were biting his lips so hard that they bled. Chapter 38. Alger couldn't help but sigh when he saw his teammate like this. Sigh. "All right, you can try to get close to her, but you have to promise me that you won't play any tricks. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Of course, my dear leader. I swear to the God that I believe in." Bill danced with joy after getting Alger's permission and agreed without any hesitation. A few minutes later, he fell into a deep sleep with his dream in his arms. My God. You shouldn't have agreed to this guy's request. His desire for magic has already gone crazy. If this continues, he will cause big trouble sooner or later. Alexia slapped her head and groaned. "It's because of this that I have to make him give up. Bill must have a clear understanding of himself. Perhaps he is very smart to a normal person, but compared to a mage, he is nothing. It's late, have a good rest. I will take the first shift." Alger patted the girl's shoulder and stood alone by the campfire, lost in thought. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, André suddenly felt a fragrance enter his nostrils. It had been a long time since he had a proper meal, so he immediately opened his eyes and saw a pot of pheasant and mushroom soup simmering on the campfire. The alluring color made him want to take a bite. Bill, who had ulterior motives, quickly put down the spoon and stood up to greet him. "Aha, Sir Mage, you are finally awake. The soup will be ready soon. Please wait for another 10 minutes. You made this? Also, you don't have to call me sir. Just call me by my name," André said as he climbed up from the rock and moved his stiff body. Last night was the best sleep he had in a while. Without the threat of death from the necromancer, everything looked so beautiful. He even dreamed of being together with Serena. Of course, when I woke up, I saw a pheasant, so I shot it down with a flying knife. Then, I went to the forest to pick some mushrooms. That's how I got this pot of soup. Bill explained the origins of the pot of soup with a smile. He obviously wanted to attract the boy's attention, but unfortunately, he failed. André merely nodded before ignoring everyone else. He took out the magic tome wrapped in the winter wolf's fur and began to focus on memorizing the arcane spells he would need today. Everyone only heard a low chant, and then the pages of the book flashed with a brilliant light of magic. Then, a powerful force rotated in the air and entered his body little by little. When Bill saw this scene, he was instantly filled with a strong desire. He could not wait to rush over and ask how to become a mage. How could one master a powerful supernatural power? The preparation of the spell lasted for an hour until André took the initiative to end the state of concentration. He had originally thought that 20 or so minutes would be enough, but halfway through, he discovered that he was taking much longer than he had expected. When he closed the book and looked up, he suddenly realized that everyone was waiting for him to start eating. He immediately spread his hands out in embarrassment. "Sorry, I've wasted too much time. Sorry for making you wait." "No, it's fine. It's our honor to be able to witness the power of arcane spells at such a close distance," Alger said with a deep bow. André noticed everyone's reverence for magic and could not help but sigh inwardly. He did not quite understand. None of these people were weak, and could even hold on for a long time when surrounded by hundreds of goblins. Why did they have such an attitude towards supernatural power? If it was a real battle of life and death, and both sides had discovered each other at the same time, he would not have the confidence to kill this adventurer team. Perhaps it was because of the social system? Perhaps it was a problem left behind by history? With a head full of questions, Andre took the wooden bowl and bread from Bill and finally had his first real meal in more than 2 months. He felt that he would only be able to fully understand these questions after he entered the city and understood the ideology of the society and the psychology of the people. Delicious mushrooms, fresh and tender pheasant. Although there was only a small amount of salt in the seasoning, he ate a lot. Almost a third of the soup went into his small belly, which attracted a lot of attention from the others. "Mr. Mage, how long has it been since you last had decent food?" Alexia finally could not hold back her curiosity and blinked her eyes. "How long? I don't remember clearly. Maybe 2 months, maybe a bit longer. Anyway, the only thing I ate before was meat jerky, and that's it," Andre said as he took out a large piece of black and hard meat from his bag. No matter what it was, eating it for more than 2 months would make people want to vomit. Anyway, he did not want to eat roasted meat or meat jerky for the rest of his life, so he took it out and shared it with his new friend. Alexia took it and sniffed it lightly. Her eyes immediately lit up. She took out the dagger she always carried with her and cut off a piece. After chewing twice, she immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God! It's so fragrant! What kind of meat is this? Hee. Since it's so delicious, let me try a piece." The big guy Charlie, who was not full, took the initiative to ask for a piece. "Give me a piece too." "Me too." After half a minute, everyone took a piece of jerky and chewed it with relish. They all nodded and praised it, saying that it was the most delicious jerky they had ever eaten in their lives. But in Andre's eyes, these fellows were just standing there and talking. After a few days of eating a single food, people would start to get sick of it. After a while, they would feel nauseous and vomit. In the end, they might even become anorexic. If it was possible, he really wanted them to try eating jerky for a month. At that time, he could guarantee that everyone would reflexively vomit whenever they saw jerky. "Mr. Mage, can I ask what kind of animal this jerky is made from?" Alexia, who was still unsatisfied, licked her fingers and asked. Andre smiled helplessly. He raised the spellbook in his hand and answered, "It's the same as the white fur on the cover of this book. It's from a large canine in the north, the winter wolf." In fact, he also felt that this matter was a bit coincidental. In his hurry to escape, he actually took the unfinished winter wolf meat that he had roasted for the first time. It was not spoiled at all after 2 months, and for some reason, it had dried up. Winter wolf. Alger's expression changed slightly, revealing a very surprised expression. "If I remember correctly, this seems to be a magic beast from the north?" Chapter 39. That's right. It's a giant white wolf that can spit out cone-shaped cold air from its mouth. Any human or animal that gets hit by it will turn into ice in an instant. They have intelligence no lower than humans. Some can even speak the common language fluently. They are one of the most difficult beasts to deal with in the north. After explaining to everyone what the winter wolf was, Andre put down the wooden bowl and stood up. He silently took out the black robe that originally belonged to Ulysses and used the level 1 arcane spell, Identify, on it. In an instant, detailed information popped up in his vision. Identifying unknown magic robe. Difficulty, medium. Identification successful. Congratulations, you've obtained the Flame Protection Robe. Flame Protection Robe. This is a powerful magic robe designed and made by the necromancer Ulysses Domer for himself. It uses the soul of a large fire elemental and the spider silk of a frost spider in the far north. It has an extremely strong defensive ability, especially against fire and physical damage. Equipment ability. Reduces fire damage by 90%. The soul of the fire elemental blocks the flames from approaching, reduces physical damage by 40%. The silk of the frost spider is very tough. It's difficult for ordinary weapons to pierce through. After reading all the information about the magic robe, Andre finally understood the real reason why the big bomb he made didn't kill the necromancer. It turned out that this magic robe had blocked most of the damage. Therefore, when the magic robe was stolen by Small Eye, the old man was instantly like a turtle without a shell and was easily killed by the second bomb. Fortunately, this magic robe now belonged to him. As long as he wore it, it was equivalent to adding a bulletproof vest to himself. Ordinary arrows and weapons would be blocked when passing through the robe. Some of the weapons that weren't very good quality couldn't even pierce through the surface of the robe. Of course, he had to wash it well before wearing it. He didn't know how long it had been since Ulysses last washed it. Not only was there a thick layer of oil and dirt on it, but there were also densely packed small black insects in the gaps of the silk thread. It would make one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Even a level 0 arcane spell, magic trick, couldn't clean up clothes that were so dirty to such an extent. Not long after breakfast, the adventurer team finally extinguished the bonfire and set off in the southwest direction. Under the leadership of Alger, everyone carefully avoided the areas marked as dangerous on the map. Through the conversation, Andre gradually understood that the forest was just as he had predicted. There were no large carnivores, but instead there were many humanoid creatures like gnomes, kobolds, and ogres. These guys had driven away most of the carnivores a long time ago and turned this place into their own hunting ground. Not only did they attack passing merchants and travelers, but they would also form an alliance to plunder villages and towns when food was scarce. Every time they would cause terrible damage. It was obvious that this place was essentially no different from Lonely Mountain Town. The only difference was that the environment was not as harsh, and the enemies were not as ferocious as the orcs. Gradually, he came to know his current location. It was a city-state called the Green Sea Alliance, far away from the Canteru Kingdom. It was at least 700 kilometers away from his hometown, and it was unlikely that he would be able to return anytime soon. Fortunately, the Green Sea Alliance placed great importance on the power of arcane magic. As such, all mages were given a high status. As long as one was willing to join the official Sorcerers Association, not only would they receive a lot of resources, but they would also receive a noble title, land, and wealth if they made contributions. It was precisely because of this that the adventurer team was so respectful. In their eyes, this youth with long, fiery red hair would sooner or later become a high and mighty figure, while they could only struggle in the wilderness as adventurers. Only when they were too old to do so would they use their savings to start a small business until they died. Because it was an alliance of city-states, the organization of the Green Sea Alliance was rather loose. Each city-state had its own ruler, and they usually didn't interfere with each other. They would only gather to discuss solutions when encountering enemies or dispute. If there was no end to the arguments, they would vote, and as long as 2/3 of the people agreed, the agreement would be passed. It had to be said that Andre was stunned when he first heard this. He never thought that there would be such an advanced political system in this barbaric and backward world. It sounded no different from a parliamentary system. The only difference was that only the nobles had the right to vote. As for the commoners, they didn't care if they lived or died. As for the Linton city mentioned in the conversation, it was a beautiful port city, ranked 3rd in the Green Sea Alliance. Its navy was very powerful, and it was said that their large ships were equipped with giant crossbows. They could often shoot down pirates until they lost their bearings. Due to the prosperity of trade, the city was quite rich. Almost everything on the continent could be bought in the market. It could be said that it was a paradise for merchants. So you're saying that as long as I enter Linton City and register at the Sorcerers Association, I'll be able to enjoy a lot of privileges and resources? Andrei asked with great interest. He couldn't wait to see what the big cities of this world looked like. He wanted to see if they were as majestic and magnificent as the ones in the fantasy movies. Bill smiled and nodded. Of course, as long as you can prove that you're an official mage. But once you join the Sorcerers Association, you'll have to complete a mission every month. It's said that this is to help the members integrate better, and the rewards are great. It's not that hard to accept. Since the beginning of the journey, he had been trying to curry favor with the young man in front of him. He answered all of his questions, and even a fool could tell that he was up to something. As a transmigrator who had lived 2 lives, Andrei could feel the black-haired young man's strong intentions, but he didn't care. He continued to ask, "Then do you know how many people there are in Lindun City, and how many mages there are?" You've asked the right person. I've secretly asked around before. Currently, there are 60 registered mages in the Sorcerers Association, but less than half of them appear frequently. The rest are either hiding somewhere to study or travel. As for the population, it's hard to determine because there are too many merchants. I can only estimate that it's around 100,000. After hearing Bill's words, Andrei immediately frowned. You're saying that there are only 60 mages in a city of 100,000 people. He couldn't believe that the rate of mages was so low. More than 1 in 1,600. It was really 1 in 1,000. It was unbelievable. Chapter 40. Yes, as you know, magic education has to be taught 1-to-1. The whole process takes 3 to 5 years, and there can't be any accidents during the process. Otherwise, the apprentice will die immediately. It's because of this that mages are so powerful. Bill became more and more excited as he spoke, and his hands even began to tremble in the end. Andrei noticed his strange behavior and asked with a playful smile, "You want to learn magic?" "Yes. I've always dreamed of learning magic." Bill nodded desperately, his eyes full of anticipation. "All right, I'll give you a chance," Andrei said as he took out Magic Enlightenment from his pouch. This book had a special meaning to him, so he had been carrying it with him ever since he finished reading it. He wanted to remember that only the strong could live without being threatened in this world. Gently stroking the rough pages, Andrei felt a little emotional. He then passed the book to the black-haired young man. "Here, you'll take care of it before we enter the city. As for how much you can understand, it's all up to you." Bill took Magic Enlightenment with trembling hands and bowed deeply. "Thank you. You're too generous. I don't know what to say. Don't worry, I'll definitely return it to you before we enter the city. Before you start learning, I have to remind you that arcane magic is a delicate, dangerous, and complicated power. You have to be careful, and even more careful when you come into contact with it. Otherwise, you'll be devoured in an instant. Don't try to be brave, or you'll end up in tragedy without exception." After giving the young man a stern warning, Andrei no longer paid attention to Bill, who was in a frenzy, and focused on his journey. As a mage, he knew all too well how dangerous the process of learning magic was. If it weren't for the help of the system, he would have died in the first stage. The process of becoming an apprentice from an ordinary person was the most dangerous. It needed to absorb the violent arcane energy into the brain. If there was even the slightest mistake, the brain would definitely explode. Many people who learned magic needed 1 or 2 years to slowly adapt to it before they could finally cross this threshold. However, most people didn't even have the courage to try. After all, death was too terrifying for any intelligent life. There was a price to pay for pursuing the power of magic. This was repeatedly mentioned in the book Magic Enlightenment. Andrei had already given a warning, so Bill would have to bear the consequences himself. He only had a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming an apprentice before entering the city. The rest was either giving up or dying. However, everyone had the right to pursue their dreams. In Andrei's opinion, dying on the path of pursuing one's dreams was better than living a muddle-headed life. At least he had tried the former, but he didn't even have the courage to try the latter. The team's speed was not fast. By evening, they had only covered 1/5 of the entire journey. In fact, in such a dense forest, it was impossible for humans to walk too fast. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble if they accidentally broke into the nest of the monsters. According to the team's guide, who was also the only female in the team, Alexia, this place, which was named Border Forest, was filled with large and small goblins, kobolds, and ogres. They would follow herds of deer, horses, and wild cows as they migrated. Therefore, if one didn't want to fight, the best way was to be careful and avoid them in advance. Andre didn't say anything about this. He was so tired that his whole body was sore. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Moreover, he was coughing nonstop. Every time he exercised too much, this old illness would start to act up. In fact, his stamina and strength were far from that of a normal person. Perhaps he had enough explosive power for a short distance, but he couldn't do it for a long time. Cough, 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 cough. The other members of the team turned to look at the young man who was coughing violently as he leaned against a rock. Steve, who couldn't hold back his words, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, Mr. Mage, are you okay?" Cough, cough. Pooey, pooey. Don't worry, I'm fine. Andre waved his hand and spat out the thick saliva in his mouth. He slowly slowed his breathing and stopped coughing. He slowly returned to the side of the bonfire that had just been lit. As a transmigrator, he could clearly feel that if there wasn't something wrong with his lungs, then there was something wrong with his throat and trachea. In short, although it was far from fatal, if it continued to develop, it would be a big problem sooner or later. Alexia looked at the abnormal redness on the youth's face and asked worriedly, "You seem to be sick?" Andre smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, this is an old illness. I got it during a cold winter. I just need to rest for a while and I'll be fine." "Damn it. I think you must have caught a very serious cold. Listen to me. Once you enter the city, go to the temple and find a priest to treat you. Although their fees are expensive, it shouldn't be a problem for a mage like you," Alexia suggested with a sincere face. After a day of interaction, her lively personality was no longer as fearful of the young mage in front of her as before. Sometimes, she would even make a few harmless jokes. Alger nodded in agreement. "What Kessia said is right. You need a priest. I suggest you go to the Temple of the Goddess of Dawn, Lucia. Not only is the price fair, but the priests are either pure and beautiful girls or mature women who exude a charming aura. I guarantee that you will want to go there again after the first time." "Ha ha 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 ha. Captain, no wonder you would go to the temple to pray and donate after every mission. I've been wondering why you suddenly changed your faith to the Goddess of Dawn. So it's because you have your eyes on one of the priests there. Quick, tell us, who is your target?" The outspoken Steve shouted loudly, his eyes revealing a strong sense of curiosity. The dull Charlie also revealed a gossipy expression at this moment. He stared at the leader as if to say, "If you don't explain it clearly today, don't expect to have an easy time." Seeing that he was about to face a crisis, Alger shrugged and said, "All right, since you all want to know, I won't hide it from you. I'm not interested in a priest, but the kitchen maid in the backyard, Joyce. After all, I'm just an adventurer. A priest is not something I can get close to." Alexia whistled and teased with a smile. "That's not bad. At least you will have a home soon. We have to congratulate you." "Thank you. I'm already over 30 years old. I'm not young anymore. I have to start thinking about the future." Alger smiled and accepted the blessings. Chapter 41. Looking at the group of people chatting and laughing, Andre suddenly felt that although these people were not living well, they were at least very happy. What about himself? What should he do in the future? Find a way to return to the Cantera Kingdom to find his family and Serena, and then live happily together? Or follow his original dream and walk around the streets to experience the local customs of the magical world? or settle down in Linton City and learn arcane spells while enjoying the prosperity of this trading city. Loneliness. At this moment, Andre felt very lonely. The huge secret had doomed him to not be able to open his heart to anyone. He could only silently pursue his own path. Perhaps only the mysterious arcane spells and small eyes were his true friends and partners. He dared not ask for anything else. In fact, on the path of pursuing arcane spells, most mages were lonely. Most ordinary people could not understand where this unimaginable supernatural power came from. Therefore, some were in awe, some were fanatical, and some were disgusted. It was impossible for them to be friends. The chatting and laughing crowd soon dispersed. Steve was in charge of collecting firewood in the surroundings. The big Charlie carried his hunting bow and went to look for dinner. Alger carefully set up a few simple traps in the surroundings to ensure that if any people or beasts barged in, they would be discovered in advance. As for Bill, ever since he received magic, enlightenment, he had been reading it non-stop. He neither spoke nor made a sound. It was as if he was possessed. Andre, who had nothing to do, did not intend to stay idle. He took out the flame protection robe from his backpack and prepared to wash it at the stream in front. Although magic tricks could not clean the dirt on it, it was not a problem to dry it directly after washing it. Just as he was about to head to the stream, Alexia suddenly came over and asked curiously, "Are you going to wash your clothes?" "That's right. I'm going to clean this robe. As you can see, the oil stains and stench on it are enough to suffocate a person to death," Andre said as he shook the robe in his hand. In an instant, a pungent smell mixed with a sour stench filled the air. The girl took a sniff and immediately sneezed. She pinched her nose and sighed. "Oh my God! How long has it been since you washed this robe? I have to say, it's a miracle that it's still intact." "Indeed, it hasn't been washed for a long time, so I'm planning to take it to the stream to wash. If you want to get water to cook, you'd better hurry. Otherwise, the water there won't be usable." After saying that, Andre no longer cared about Alexia's entanglement. He quickly ran to the stream and threw the robe into it. Before he could start rubbing, the entire stream turned black and emitted a foul stench. In just a few minutes, the small fish in the downstream position floated up with their bellies swollen. It was as terrifying as a biological weapon. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but recall Ulysses's head full of maggots and lice. He suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. He immediately squatted down and began to scrub the flame protective robe. Fortunately, the frost spider's silk was tough enough. Otherwise, it would have been torn apart. After washing for an unknown amount of time, the stream water was no longer as muddy as before, and the robe gradually revealed its original appearance. Dark red. That was the true color of the flame protective robe. Wearing a dark red robe into a pure black, the filth of Ulysses was far beyond the young man's imagination. He even felt that the necromancer didn't even need to use powerful magic. He only needed to scrape a little bit of dirt from his body to poison him to death. As the last trace of the sun disappeared from the horizon, the sky finally turned completely dark. Andre, whose arms were sore, carried the clean robe back to the campfire. He ate a simple meal and fell asleep. He had to rest well in order to cope with the long journey tomorrow. Soon, the others who had eaten dinner began to sleep one after another. Only Bill sat silently in front of the campfire and stared at the book in his hand, trying to find the way to become a mage. From his posture of concentration, it seemed that he didn't intend to rest tonight. Because he slept very early and nothing unexpected happened, Andre woke up before dawn the next day. He didn't disturb anyone and quietly put on the flame protective robe that he washed clean yesterday. He then sat down by the campfire and silently watched the black-haired young man who was frowning as he read. It was obvious that Bill hadn't slept the entire night, and he seemed to be unable to understand some of the descriptions in the book. After all, the power of arcane magic was so abstract that it was difficult for someone who had never come into contact with it to truly understand it. André had relied on the ability of the system to barely take the first step. He then relied on the large amount of natural science knowledge he had accumulated in his previous life and the arcane power flowing in his body to finally complete the first step in understanding it in his own way. He knew very well how difficult this knowledge was for a normal person, so he sighed and lowered his voice. "Bill, why do you desire the power of arcane magic so much?" The black-haired young man put down the book, his expression extremely twisted. He gritted his teeth and answered, "I need the power to take revenge. I like to listen to stories. Tell me, what exactly happened to you?" After saying that, André calmly looked into the young man's eyes and waited silently. Bill closed the book and took a few deep breaths, suppressing the burning anger and unwillingness in his heart. He recounted with a hoarse voice, "It was a mage, a powerful mage. He forcefully kidnapped my mother and sister 10 years ago and used them for inhumane experiment. In the end, they died. They all died. Their broken corpses were like garbage that was about to be thrown into the sea. I could only watch it happen, but I had no way to stop it." After hearing this, André instantly recalled what Ulysses had done. He immediately frowned. Did no one do anything? Isn't there a law enforcement agency in the city? Law enforcement agency? Bill laughed sarcastically. The Association of Mages is independent of the law enforcement agency. Other than the council and themselves, no one can convict them. Ever since the establishment of Lincoln City, no mage has ever been punished. Tell me his name. André narrowed his eyes, his entire body emitting a chilling aura. As someone who had personally experienced such things, he hated the use of innocent people for experiment. If he had the chance, he would definitely get rid of this scum like Ulysses. Chapter 42. Bill felt a strong murderous intent from the youth. Although he didn't know why, he gritted his teeth and spat out a piece of information. Gavin Lauren, a senior member of the Mage Association. He's very powerful and once killed 2 enemy mages in a naval battle. Got it. André nodded and didn't say anything else. He didn't promise that he would kill this person, nor did he give any promises. However, Bill had a strong premonition that Gavin Lauren would soon die at the hands of the youth in front of him. Moreover, his death would be very tragic, just like his tortured mother and sister. In the following days, neither of them spoke a word, nor did they mention it to anyone else. It was as if it had never happened. After eating some dry rations, the whole team set off again. In order to leave this dangerous forest as soon as possible, everyone slightly increased their speed. Every day they would wake up early and sleep late. Although they encountered some small troubles on the way, they finally reached the outskirts of the city at noon on the 4th day. Looking at the neat farmlands on both sides of the dirt road, the passing merchants and pedestrians, and the patrolling cavalry, André felt as if he was in the Middle Ages of Europe. Especially when he saw the tall and majestic city walls in the distance, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He couldn't believe that a city wall over 60 meters tall could be built in this backward world. This was close to the height of a 20-story building on Earth. From afar, it looked like 2 giant arms hugging the entire city. "How is it? Are you surprised?" Alexia asked with a playful wink. André nodded lightly, "Yes. It's hard to imagine how a city with only 100,000 people could build such a majestic wall. I can't wait to go in and take a look. I'm sure there will be more amazing things inside." Haha. Let me tell you, this section of the wall is called the Ogre's Sigh. It's said that a long, long time ago, a powerful ogre leader led an army to ransack Lincoln City, but in the end, he couldn't break through the wall and sighed helplessly. After explaining the origin of the city wall's name, the girl immediately jumped in front of the leader and shouted excitedly, "Hey, uncle, quickly calculate how much money we've earned this time." Perhaps it was because they had arrived at a safe place, Alger, who had always kept a straight face, smiled and stroked the thick beard on his chin. There's no need to calculate. All the accounts are in my head. Confirming the location of the ruins is 200 gold coins, drawing a rough map is 60 gold coins, and adding the 300 silver coins and 5,000 copper coins that Mr. Mage gave us, each of us will get 52 gold coins, 60 silver coins, and 1,000 copper coins. We can rest well for a few days. Hooray! Sure enough, the more dangerous the mission, the higher the reward. Alexia waved her fist and shouted like a crazy girl. Hee, after I get the money, I have to find a place to have a drink. This mission is too dangerous. I need to calm myself down, Steve said as he licked his dry lips. Alexia glanced at her teammate and curled her lips in disdain. You must be addicted to alcohol again. Be careful that you don't meet a pickpocket when you're drunk. Then, half a month of hard work will be taken advantage of. It's okay, I'll accompany him. Big Charlie stood out and smiled. Watch him closely. I don't want to be yelled at by Steve's mother. Do you still remember what happened after he lost the money last time? Remember, if necessary, I allow you to knock him out and drag him home, Alger said as he glared at Steve threateningly. Charlie Xiang raised his sandbag-sized fist and waved it without thinking. Understood. If he dares to get drunk, I'll knock him out. After hearing the conversation between the two, Steve covered his face and wailed. He knew Big Charlie's personality very well. He always obeyed the leader's orders. It seemed like his plan to drink to his heart's content had to be put on hold. No one was willing to be punched for no reason. Looking at the scene of his teammates laughing and scolding, Bill smiled and silently returned magic, enlightenment to the young man. He said in a very low voice, "Thank you. I know you've already memorized the contents of this book. Be careful. Before you fully understand the meaning of every sentence, don't try it because it's not much different from suicide. You definitely don't want to blow up your own head before killing your enemy, right?" Andre warned softly after taking the book. "Don't worry, I won't try it within half a year." Bill clenched his fists and promised. He had already obtained the key to the magic world. Now, he needed to accumulate and settle down, slowly find the path until he found the right opportunity to open that door. Just as the two of them were talking, the team passed through the moat and arrived at the city gate. A team of armored soldiers were guarding the gate with swords in their hands. Everyone who entered the city would consciously throw 5 copper coins into the basket beside them. Andre was a little curious. He turned his head and asked Alger, "What does that mean? Some kind of tax?" "That's right. Everyone who enters the city has to pay the entrance tax. Don't you have it where you live?" Alger asked, scratching his head. "I don't know. I've always lived in a remote place with my mentor to learn magic. I've never seen what a big city looks like," Andre explained half-truthfully as he rummaged through his backpack, wanting to take out a gold coin to pay the entrance tax. He had no choice. It wasn't that he wanted to be a spendthrift. It was just that he didn't have any other currency other than gold coins. But before the gold coin could be thrown into the basket, Alger hurriedly stopped the young man's actions and shouted at the guards. "He's a mage. He doesn't need to pay the entrance tax." "Mage?" After hearing the word, the guards immediately retracted their greedy gazes and looked at Andre in shock, a nervous expression on their faces. "Proof, I need proof. You know the rules. You mean you need me to cast an arcane spell?" Andre frowned and asked uncertainly. He had never been in a situation like this before, so he didn't know what the so-called proof meant. The guard gulped and explained, "That's right, Sir Mage. You only need a low-level spell to prove that you're an arcane spell user." "I see." As soon as he finished speaking, Andre suddenly raised his hand and uttered a strange syllable. Chapter 43. In an instant, 2 glowing missiles flew out from between his fingers, accurately hitting the hardwood table beside him. They were like 2 bullets, piercing through it and leaving 2 charred holes in it. The rank 1 arcane spell, Magic Missile, was one of the fastest spells to cast, even faster than some rank 0 arcane spells. It was also very powerful, comparable to firearms like pistols. Whoosh! The people who had been queuing up to enter the city quickly retreated, leaving a large empty space. Each of them had a look of awe. As for the guard, his legs were about to lose their balance. Beads of sweat were dripping down from his forehead along his cheek. He made a 90-degree bow and said with a trembling voice, My apologies, honorable mage. Please forgive my unintentional offense. You and your companions may enter. Really? Don't they have to pay the entrance tax? Andre was confused. He didn't know what this guard was afraid of. Was it necessary to make him look like a murderous demon king? Of course. I promise that you and your friends will never have to pay the entrance tax again. The guard replied, trembling all over. Seeing the wet marks on the inside of the guard's trousers, Andre's mouth twitched slightly, and he walked straight through the city gate. He couldn't believe that someone had actually been scared to the point of wetting their pants in front of so many people. Just as he was filled with questions, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter behind him. Ha 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 ha. Did you see the water stains on that bastard's trousers? He actually wet his pants. Serves him right. Who told him to take advantage of us every time? It's only 5 copper coins, but he took 5 silver coins. I think he won't have the face to stay here in the future. After all, he wet his pants in front of so many people. If it were me, I wouldn't even leave my house. After hearing these words, Andre finally understood what was going on. He had been used by Alger to intimidate a guard who was secretly cheating for personal gain. No wonder he was so afraid. He was afraid of revenge. Bill saw the youth's gloomy expression and leaned forward to say in a low voice, Now do you feel the status of a mage in this city? Yes, I feel it. I just want to ask, what would have happened if I had killed that soldier just now? Andre took a deep breath and asked softly, Consequences? As long as you're willing to join the Mage Association, there won't be any consequences. This city relies on the power of the mages, and at the same time, it is controlled by the mages. The authority they control is even comparable to that of the nobles. Bill's eyes revealed a trace of gloominess as he lowered his head and walked forward silently. Andre looked at the spacious and lively street in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and muttered softly, How interesting! A city where mages reign supreme, a city where trade flourishes, and also a city where corruption is rampant. I hope this place won't disappoint me. Don't worry. It will not disappoint you. Here, mages are even nobler than nobles. I believe you saw the reaction of the guard at the door. What do you think? Do you want me to be your guide and take you around the city? Alexia put her hands on her waist and assumed the posture of a hostess, especially the 2 plump peaks in front of her, which could be felt even through the leather armor. Beautiful women were always pleasing to the eye, not to mention that Andre was new here and needed a guide. He put one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. It is my pleasure to have such a beautiful lady accompany me. I like this tone, but you have to wait for another 10 minutes. We have to turn in the mission first. Alexia was like an elf after she finished speaking, humming an unknown tune as she skipped to the front of the group, looking so energetic. Just as Andre safely entered Linton City, an army of elites was digging in the collapsed ruins. One of them, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, was holding a gorgeous longsword inlaid with countless gems. He frowned and asked the old man standing beside him, Master Domi, how long will it take to dig out a passage? Please don't be anxious, Your Majesty. Wait patiently for a while. I have already had the palace mages completely seal off the possibility of teleportation. No matter what is down there, it will not be able to escape your control. The old man stroked his white hair and solemnly promised. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Your Majesty was none other than the current king of the Canteru Kingdom, Elroy Clow. He had a complicated expression as he sighed and asked, Master Domi, You are the most outstanding mage of the Canteru Kingdom in the past 70 years. May I ask how likely is it that Ulysses Domer is hiding down there? Very likely. You saw the corpse of that monster when you came up. Only the best necromancers can fuse the characteristics of two creatures together. In the north, I'm afraid no other necromancer can do this apart from Ulysses. Even I can't do it. Domi's old face revealed a trace of admiration after he finished speaking. Although he loathed Ulysses' wanton slaughter of civilians and was determined to get rid of this scourge, he unabashedly admitted that he was inferior to Ulysses in terms of learning. All right, looks like the hatred that has lasted for several generations will finally end in my hands. The royal family will no longer have to worry about a twisted monster waiting in the dark. Before Elroy could finish his words, he heard a loud bang. Then, a fully armed knight rushed out of the cave and shouted, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, we've dug through. There is indeed a huge basement inside." Elroy immediately became excited when he heard this news. He waved his hand, "Search! Search thoroughly immediately. Don't even let a fly go." "Yes, Your Majesty. However, there's one more thing that I have to tell you." Knight Serena rushed into the tunnel as soon as the tunnel was dug through. She was so fast that we couldn't stop her. The knight lowered his head in shame as he spoke. "Send someone to follow her. Also, find that young man called Andre as soon as possible. They are both meritorious subjects of the kingdom. I won't allow any accidents to happen at this time. Do you understand?" Elroy reprimanded in an extremely strict tone. As the king, he knew very well that he had to protect the two people involved. Otherwise, if one of them were to unfortunately die, the streets and alleys would soon begin to circulate that the royal family was cruel and ungrateful, unwilling to part with land, wealth, and noble titles, and had deliberately caused the death of meritorious subjects. Chapter 44. Once such rumors spread, it would be a huge blow to the royal family's reputation, and the consequences would be irreversible for generations to come. Back then, when Victor III issued an irrevocable arrest warrant, he made a solemn vow in front of countless subjects. As his descendant, if Elroy couldn't fulfill his promise, no one would be willing to serve the royal family in the future. Soon, under the strong interference of the king, a large number of feudal knights marched into the collapsed underground. The court mages followed closely behind, looking nervous at the slightest movement. But it was no wonder. The necromancer Ulysses Domer was too famous in the Canteru Kingdom. Many people here grew up listening to his horror stories, and it was inevitable that they would have some psychological trauma. As the entire underground area was almost completely buried by a large amount of stones and mud, the cleaning and exploration work was very slow. After more than 2 hours, the knights finally came out with a broken body that had not yet decomposed and a wounded bat. Seeing this situation, King Elroy frowned slightly and asked, "Who is that body? And what's with that bat?" The leading knight bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, according to the court mage's speculation, this body is Ulysses Domer, and that bat is his magic pet. In addition, we also found a large number of human corpses. Some have been dead for a long time, and some were buried alive by the recent collapse." "What? Ulysses is dead? How is this possible?" Elroy was so shocked that he couldn't care less about his manners and cried out involuntarily, "Your Majesty, please calm down. That bat is still alive. I just need to read its memory and we will know." While speaking, Domit's hand suddenly released a strong white light, and he gently pressed it on the head of the bat. Instantly, scenes appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. From the beginning of self-rescue, to learning Arcana, to becoming a mage, to the end of the battle of wits with Ulysses, to using that powerful bomb to blow the necromancer to death, and then causing a large-scale collapse. Everything that Andre had done was shown. The king was stunned. He couldn't believe that the necromancer who caused the bloody New Year incident and had been entangled with the royal family for generations was really dead. The knights were stunned. Ulysses' sinister and evil spell and the explosion created by Andre made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Court Great Wizard Domite was so shocked that he was speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that magic couldn't lie, he wouldn't have believed that there was someone in this world who could become a mage just by self-studying. What was even more terrifying was that this young man with fiery red hair had not only succeeded, but he had also planned an attack. Although he looked a little miserable in the end, at least after analyzing the difference in strength between the two sides, it was already a miracle that he had been able to win. As the image gradually turned blurry, Domite's eyes revealed undisguised admiration. At the same time, he sighed softly. Genius! A true genius! Find him! We must find him at all cost. Master, do you mean that the young man named Andre isn't dead? Elroy, who had just recovered from the shock, immediately asked. Die? Ha 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 ha. Domite suddenly laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. He pointed at the naked body and asked the knight in charge of the search, Did you find any magic books near the body? Did you find the boy's body? Did you find any magical items or boxes containing scrolls? The leading knight thought for a few minutes and then shook his head lightly. No. Fiery red hair is very rare. If we had found it, we would have remembered it clearly. After getting the answer he wanted, Domite turned to the king and spread out his hands. Look, your majesty. He has undoubtedly escaped. A collapse might be a disaster for a normal person, but it's easy for a mage to escape. Ulysses must have a box containing magic scrolls with him. Most high-ranked mages would prepare some in advance just in case. If this thing is missing, it means that the young man used one of the magic scrolls to escape. Elroy wasn't stupid at all. He immediately finished the second half of the sentence, and then ordered the knights beside him loudly, Quick! Go and invite Knight Serene here. Yes, your majesty. All the knights saluted with their swords in unison, and turned to enter the cave once more. 5 minutes later, a female knight with a dull expression slowly walked out of the cave, and came before the king and court great wizard. She didn't salute or greet them. She just stood there blankly, as if she had lost her soul. The old Domite only needed one glance to understand what was going on. After all, there were many scenes of the two of them caressing and kissing each other. Thus, he only said one sentence, Andre is still alive. Serena's gray eyes instantly regained their color. She grabbed the old man's hand and asked excitedly, What? Where is he? Tell me. Don't be so agitated. To be honest, we don't know what's going on with Andre. What we can be sure of is that he used a spell to leave after the collapse and found a place. Domite comforted and explained, and finally calmed the female knight down. He knew that this woman who seemed to be deeply in love was the only clue to find Andre. Based on the intimate relationship between the two of them, the young man would come back to find his beloved one day. Seeing that the female knight's expression had returned to normal, Elroy immediately asked tentatively, Serena, do you know who else is in Andre's family? According to the royal family's promise, he will receive a county's land and the title of Baron. If he's not around, his family can receive it on his behalf. Andre's family is in Lone Mountain Village. As far as I know, he has parents, brothers, sisters, and a young sister. But now I have the same qualifications. Serena gently stroked her belly under the armor, and a faint blush appeared on her face. The king immediately understood the meaning of this action, and immediately exclaimed, You're pregnant with Andre's child? Serena smiled and nodded. Yes, I only found out recently that I'm going to be a mother. Perhaps when the child is born next year, his father will rush back from a faraway place. Chapter 45. That's great news. In that case, you will receive the title and land on Andre's behalf. After all, the child in your belly is his direct blood relative, which completely meets the requirements of the aristocratic inheritance law. After saying that, Elroy took out a piece of parchment from his chest. This is the Land Commission of the North County. Baron Iverson has just lost his best son, so he wants to leave this sad place. I have transferred him to the south. From now on, you are the mistress of this land. As for the conferring ceremony, it will be held when we return to the capital. Thank you for your generosity. I will protect this territory on behalf of Andre and take care of his family. Serena knelt on one knee and gave a standard salute. Ever since she knew that Andre was not dead, the female knight had become a new person. She knew how outstanding the young man's wisdom was, so she firmly believed that he would come back to find her soon. After the salute, Serena quickly retreated into the cave. She needed a relatively warm environment as she was pregnant. As soon as the female knight left, the king immediately asked the old man beside him, "Master, are you sure this is enough?" "Of course, your majesty. Believe me, when this genius young man returns, he will definitely offer you his sincerest thanks. As long as we seize the opportunity, the Cantera kingdom is likely to welcome a mage who is far more talented than Ulysses Domer. His future is simply limitless. More importantly, he must have taken away Ulysses' spellbook. There are extremely evil and powerful spells recorded there. If we can master them." As the howling cold wind became stronger and stronger, it completely covered the voices of the two people. Andre, who was hundreds of kilometers away, did not know that Serena was pregnant with his child. He was touring around with the enthusiastic Alexia, admiring the prosperity and hustle of the southern coastal city. After the leader Alger received the commission from the client, he immediately distributed the money to his companions and disbanded on the spot. From then on, the two of them ran from the north to the south of the city. First, they went to the bazaar with a wide variety of goods. Then, they went to look at the huge sailboats and port in the dock area. Finally, they came to the shrine of the goddess of dawn, Lucia. As he gazed at the majestic building made of white marble, Andre could sense the immense power contained within. It was an energy that was fundamentally different from arcane spells, but also somewhat similar. Just getting close to it would make one want to prostrate themselves in worship. Through the understanding he had read in books, he knew that this was divine power, a power that belonged to the true gods. In the land of Oraire there were all kinds of gods. Some were evil, some were kind, some advocated order, some advocated chaos, and some believed that both sides were wrong and that neutrality was the only right path. They saw each other as their enemies, fighting and scheming against each other. Mortals were also affected, fighting and killing on the ground. 600 years ago, more than 90% of the gods had an unprecedented conflict for unknown reasons, which directly led to the death of millions of mortals. The earth was severely damaged. Forests became deserts, land sank into the sea, mountains became lakes, and so on. Even the gods died in large numbers in the fierce battle, which eventually led to the wrath of the king of the gods in the world, the god of God. This unknown powerful god blocked the connection between the world of the gods and the mortal world, so now the gods could only rely on their priests and believers to interfere in the mortal world. The shrine was the place where they communicated with their priests and believers. The goddess of dawn, Lucia, was a very kind goddess. Her teachings mainly promoted healthy exercise, positive and optimistic spirit, women's personal freedom, and the pursuit of light, and so on. Most of the priests were naive young girls and mature women who had always been kind-hearted. "Hey! You've been standing here for half a day. Don't tell me you're fascinated by the statue of the goddess?" Alexia laughed and teased. Andre shrugged and smiled helplessly. "No, I'm just wondering if the shrine can really cure my cough. You have to know that this has been an old problem for 3 years. Generally speaking, the longer it is delayed, the harder it is to recover." "Well, don't think too much. The priests are the experts in this field. Come with me." Alexia didn't say anything. She pulled the youth's arm and forcibly dragged him into the shrine. She went straight to a mature woman in her early 30s wearing a long robe and a ribbon in her hair. When the believers who came to donate or worship saw this scene, they covered their mouths and laughed. After all, most of them were girls in their 20s. This was the age when they were the most curious and gossipy. "May I ask why the two of you have come to the shrine of the goddess?" The female priest gently stroked her long brown hair and asked. Although her etiquette was almost impeccable, the slightly upturned corners of her mouth betrayed everything. Alexia quickly poked Andrei's chest with her finger and quickly replied. "Good afternoon, respected lady. My friend here will cough violently whenever he exercises too much. It seems that he has caught a cold. I hope you can take a look." "A cold?" The female priest immediately shifted her gaze to the youth's face. After a few minutes of careful examination, a trace of understanding appeared on her face. It is indeed frostbite, and it has been for a long time." Andrei was a little surprised to see that the other party was able to see through his body's illness so quickly. He then bowed politely. "Madam, may I ask if my illness can be cured?" The female priest didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. "Of course it can, but it will be a little troublesome. If you came here as soon as you got sick, then a level 0 divine spell, minor injury cure, would be able to cure you. But now it will take at least a level 3 divine spell disease removal and a level 2 divine spell, moderate injury cure. They are quite expensive, and I need to make sure that you have the ability to pay." "Aha! Please don't worry about this. My friend is a mage, so he can definitely pay for the treatment." Alexia didn't wait for the youth to speak before rushing to answer. The girl had done this many times along the way. She basically said this to everyone she met, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't know that she knew a mage. Andrei only laughed at Alexia's desire to show off. But when it came to the treatment fee, he still asked cautiously, "May I ask how much it will cost?" According to the standard price of magic in Lincoln City, Level 0 is 50 gold coins, Level 1 is 100, Level 2 is 200, Level 3 is 400. You will need to pay a total of 600 gold coins. The female priest didn't beat around the bush and directly gave an accurate price. In her opinion, since the other party was a mage, he would definitely be able to pay this amount. Chapter 46. Even though Andrei was prepared for such a huge treatment fee, he couldn't help but inwardly gasp. He had a rough idea of the price of goods in Lincoln City from his visit to the market. Although it was slightly higher than in the Cantero Kingdom, the prices of food, meat, fruits, vegetables, linen, and other necessities were still maintained at a very low price. 600 gold coins was enough to buy a house and live comfortably for a few years. But now, he had to spend it all for a single treatment. It was practically robbery. It was no wonder all the shrines looked so luxurious. According to the price, it wouldn't take long for him to gather enough money to build another one. However, Andrei knew that in this backward world of medical technology, divine spells were the only way to treat himself. As the saying went, nothing was more important than health. Anyway, money was just a worldly possession. At worst, he could just spend it all and earn more later. After comforting himself, he opened his backpack and took out 2 bags of gold coins and placed them on the ground. He smiled bitterly at the priestess. "I'm sorry, madam. I just came from another place and only have a small amount of Alliance gold coins. Do you accept Cantero currency here?" Of course. Tourist gold coins can be exchanged for 5 Alliance gold coins. Calant gold coins are 1-to-1. The priestess was obviously very knowledgeable and quoted the price without hesitation. "Then there's no problem. I think this should be enough." As he spoke, Andrei squatted down and quickly gathered enough money to pay for the treatment. He handed the bags over. The treatment this time had cost him close to 70% of his wealth. Now there were less than 60 tourist gold coins and 1 Alliance gold coin left in the shriveled leather bag. It had to be said that the priestess of the goddess of dawn, Lucia, was quite good. After receiving the money, the mature woman in her 30s immediately began to pray. Following that, she cast 2 powerful divine spells through incantations and hand gestures. The discomfort in his lungs disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. You are receiving divine treatment. Disease removed, your status returned to health. Medium damage healed, your HP has been restored to full. Looking at the string of messages that appeared on his retina, Andrei finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that this old illness that had troubled him for many years was finally completely cured. After the treatment, the 2 of them thanked the priest and left the temple. According to their original plan, they went straight to the entrance of the Mage Association. This was a pagoda-shaped building with 9 floors. Its entire body was made of the toughest granite. There was not a single crack on the top of the pagoda. The top of the pagoda flickered with an intense arcane radiance. Even during the day, it still looked extremely dazzling. Alexia pointed at the tower and explained, "Inside is the Mage Association. It is said that only true mages can find the entrance. Normal people will be killed by terrifying monsters if they approach, so I can only send you here." "Thank you. I think I can see the entrance. You can go back first. If you run into any trouble, remember to look for me." After saying that, Andrei gave the girl a polite hug and walked towards the tower eagerly. When he was less than 30 meters away from the door, he seemed to have passed through an invisible wall and disappeared. Alexia, who had not gone far, saw this scene and opened her mouth wide. She almost cried out in surprise, but when she thought of the power and influence of the mages, she immediately covered her mouth and ran until she disappeared at the end of the street. At the same time, Andrei, who had just passed through the camouflage barrier, saw a completely different scene from the one outside. There was actually a garden in front of the tower. There were all kinds of strange plants that competed with each other in terms of beauty. There was a man-eating flower with a huge mouth that constantly emitted a foul stench. There was a strange tree that was bare and looked a little creepy. There was also a vine that was constantly moving. Just as his attention was completely drawn over, the huge stone statue standing at the door suddenly spoke. "This is the Mage Association of Lincoln City. Please state your name and purpose, foreign mage." Andrei was startled and quickly took a few steps back. He then carefully observed his surroundings. After confirming that there was no one else around, he replied loudly, "My name is Andrei. I am here to become a member. Please come in. The Association of Mages welcomes anyone who comes with good intentions. I hope you can find what you are looking for here. The president, Mage Boris, is in the first room on the left in the hall on the first floor. Please go directly to him to complete the formalities." After saying that, the huge statue's eyes lit up slightly. It moved a step to the side and revealed the entrance to the tower. Staring at this incredible scene, Andrei's heart was filled with amazement. The mysterious world of magic made him feel like he was in a dream. Just like what was mentioned in Magic Enlightenment, in this world there was nothing you could not imagine, but there was nothing magic could not do. Especially the statue that could talk. It was definitely not as simple as an ordinary puppet. It had intelligence and could tell who was who. It was just like the artificial intelligence in the movies back on Earth. With the desire to explore magic, he took a deep breath and walked past the statue, gradually disappearing into the tower, the gentle magical light, the fragrant scent of flowers, the neatly arranged round tables and chairs. 7 or 8 people wearing long robes sat scattered around. They looked to be over 30 years old. Some of them even had white hair. They sat together in a circle, discussing something in low voices. There were also some boys and girls who looked to be between 9 and 14 years old, standing silently at the side with their heads lowered. They looked to be either servants or apprentices. There were no strange devices or bloody corpses. Everything looked so ordinary. It was completely different from the gathering place of mages in Andrei's mind. Perhaps it was the evil nature of the necromancers and their sinister experiments that gave him too much psychological trauma. Subconsciously, he always thought that mages should be similar to those mad scientists in the movies. Not only were they eccentric and cruel, but they should also be slovenly. They should be unkempt and dirty, and their eyes should be as if they had not slept for days. But the scene in front of him subverted the image of a mage that he had built up. Most of the people here were polite, and even their voices were very low. They were afraid to disturb others. But obviously, now was not the time to dwell on this. Andre quickly scanned the hall, and quickly found the room that the statue outside mentioned. He bowed slightly to the people who were looking at him curiously, and turned to open the door and walked in. As soon as he closed the door, the whole hall burst into an uproar. Chapter 47. Hey! Did you see that just now? That kid isn't even an adult yet, but he's already an official mage. Arcana above. If not for the fact that the alchemy statue has never made a mistake, I would have personally tested his abilities. An average-looking man in a blue mage robe said excitedly. Another white-haired old man shook his head with a smile after hearing this. Calm down, Dick. There's no lack of geniuses in this world, so it's not strange to meet one or two occasionally. Moreover, from my observation just now, I found that the kid is not only an official mage, but also a level 2 arcane spell. You're definitely not his match. What? You mean to say that he's at least a level 3 mage? The man called Dick stood up from his chair in shock, his face full of disbelief. That's right, at least level 3, maybe even level 4. He must be the disciple of some great mage, and only someone who's been groomed since he was young can reach this level. Another woman in her 40s said with certainty. A fatty who looked funny suddenly thought of something, and suddenly stood up and shouted, "That's right! I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a skull-shaped mark on the boy's forehead. Could it have been branded by his mentor? That should be it. If I'm not wrong, it's definitely a secret imprint. Does that mean we're going to have another member? Looks like it. I really hope he can bring a few new arcane spells." For a moment, the mages in the hall were discussing animatedly, while the silent children all had their eyes shining. To them, an additional official mage meant an additional chance. Once they were apprenticed to an official mage, they could immediately get rid of their errand boy status and learn mysterious magic. Andre didn't know how big of a commotion his arrival had caused. He was standing obediently in front of a 2-meter-tall, fierce-looking old man who looked more like a bandit than a mage. He was the president of the Association of Mages, Master Boris. It had to be said that this image was a bit of a contrast to a normal mage, especially that pair of big, strong hands, densely packed with calluses, could completely strangle a person to death. After sizing up the youth for a long time, President Boris suddenly asked, "Child, what's your name? How old are you this year?" "Master, my name is Andre. I'm 14 years old this year." Andre bowed with one hand on his chest. He could feel the terrifying mana condensed on the body of this thuggish old man. It was like a huge vortex. Although it was not as huge as the dead Ulysses, he was definitely a powerhouse. 14 years old? Interesting. Boris muttered softly. He raised his head and continued to ask, "Are you here to join the Magic Association of Linton City?" Andre answered without hesitation, "Yes, I plan to stay in this city for a while to consolidate my knowledge and do some experiments. Therefore, joining the association is the best choice." "Yes, no problem. We welcome every member who is willing to join us. But before that, I have to remind you that although the association does not restrict the personal freedom of mages, there are still some obligations that need to be fulfilled." At this point, Boris glanced at the youth's expression. He then put on his glasses and picked up a piece of parchment to read. "First, you must complete a mission every month. The reward is generous. Of course, if you are in urgent need of money, you can accept more. There are no restrictions in this regard. Secondly, you must choose an apprentice from the association to be responsible for teaching. There are no restrictions on gender and age. During this period, you can order the apprentice around as a slave, or use him for experiment. but it's best not to kill him. Lastly, if there is a war, then you must be prepared to go to war at any time. After listening to all the terms, Andrei immediately frowned and asked, "War? Is there a lot of war here?" Boris put down the parchment in his hand, took off his glasses and laughed. "Ha ha! On the contrary, there is rarely a real war here. Only patrol ships are often sent out to attack pirates. The so-called war mostly refers to naval battles, so you don't have to worry too much. Moreover, mages usually cast spells at the rear, where there is heavy protection. There is rarely any danger." "So that's how it is." Andrei had a thoughtful expression on his face. After thinking for a few seconds, he felt that there shouldn't be too much of a problem, so he nodded lightly. "No problem, I am willing to fulfill the terms." After all, in Linton City, all the mages who lived here had joined the association, and there hadn't been any negative news for so many years. Apart from that, he also wanted to check if Gavin Lauren was as evil as Bill said. "Since that's the case, I welcome you on behalf of the Mages Association. According to the rules, please immediately cast the highest level arcane spell you know, and then report your mage level." With that, Boris took a few steps back, giving the youth enough space to cast the spell. Andrei didn't expect there to be such a rule. He was stunned for a moment, but then he began to chant an incantation. His 10 nimble fingers danced quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he completely disappeared without a trace. Clap, 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 clap. Boris applauded as he smiled at the air in front of him. "What a wonderful invisibility spell! Looks like you've already mastered a level 2 arcane spell. Tell me, are you a level 3 or 4 mage? What about your specialization?" "Level 4, as for my specialization, I haven't decided yet." Following this reply, Andrei's figure slowly appeared. Although this spell allowed him to hide, the weakness was that he couldn't speak or make any offensive movements, or else he would be immediately exposed. "A 14-year-old level 4 mage, I'm more and more curious about who your mentor is. If it's convenient, can you reveal a little?" Boris narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively. In his eyes, to be able to cultivate such a young official mage, his mentor must be very powerful. Perhaps he was from some hidden magical family, holding large amounts of ancient literature and lost arcane spells. He was very valuable. Andrei felt a strong sense of ambition from the other party, so he pretended to be in a difficult position. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. My teacher doesn't allow me to mention his name outside." Chapter 48. Seeing that he couldn't get any useful information, Boris sighed regretfully. He took out a sapphire badge with a tower engraved on it and tossed it to the youth. "All right, I knew it would be like this. Also, this is your badge for ordinary members. It's a magical item, and when you wear it, you can remember an additional level 2 spell. Now you can go to the hall and get to know the others and pick an apprentice. Remember, don't kill them by accident." "Don't worry, I don't like human experiments." After saying this, Andrei bowed politely and pinned the sapphire badge to his chest. He then turned and left the room. Even though he had to take on some responsibilities, he still gained a lot of benefit. The first was the association's large amount of resources and arcane scrolls, which could be bought with money. The second point was that every member could use the public facilities in the tower, such as alchemy rooms, workbenches, furnaces, and so on. Every month, there would be a certain amount of energy allocation, which could be used for experiments and making magic items. The third was judicial immunity. No matter what law was broken, only the association could deal with it. The patrolling guards had no right to interfere. The fourth was that every mage had a tax exemption of 1,000 gold coins every month. Whether it was doing business, selling magical items, or selling potions, it was all included. As long as the tax didn't exceed this amount, it was exempt. If it did, it would be deducted. It had to be said that the mages of Linton City were living in heaven. No wonder Bill said that mages had as much power as nobles. It seemed that the rumors were true. As a direct beneficiary, Andrei felt that he could stay here for a few more days, especially since he still didn't have a complete understanding of some of the basic knowledge. After all, Ulysses was already dead, and there was nothing to do if he returned to the Cantaru kingdom too early. He might as well raise his strength in this resource-rich place. As soon as he arrived in the hall, everyone's gaze fell on the badge on the youth's chest. The dazzling sapphire clearly told everyone that he was not only an official mage, but also a level 2 arcane spell. Apart from a few members who looked stronger, the rest all sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to hide the shock on their faces. Although they had already guessed most of it, they still couldn't help but be shocked when their prediction came true. Looking at the ages of the official magicians, even the youngest one was between 30 to 40 years old, while most of the others were over 40 years old. It was obvious how difficult it was to become an official magician. Considering that there were only 60 people registered in the Magicians' Association, it was a pitiful number for a city with a population of over 100,000. As a time traveler who knew the ways of the world, Andrei immediately took 2 steps forward, bowed politely and introduced himself. "Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrei. From today onwards, I will be an official member of this place." He was very clear that he had to be humble and courteous at times like this. Otherwise, he would easily be isolated by these old fellows just because of his age. Perhaps it was Andrei's humility and politeness that worked, or perhaps it was because these mages were not as bad as he thought, but after 10 minutes, everyone was able to sit together and laugh, talking about topics that did not involve personal privacy, especially about magic research. "Magician Andrei, may I ask where your hometown is?" After more than 10 minutes of nonsense, a magician in his 50s began to test the youth's background. Not only him, but everyone present revealed curiosity in their eyes. After all, a 14-year-old official magician was too eye-catching. It could be said that both talent and guidance were indispensable, and the person in charge of teaching was at least a knowledgeable great magician who was above level 12. Although the speed of information transmission in this world was very slow, a powerhouse like this could still more or less spread some reputation, so as long as they inquired about the name of the specific country and city, they could immediately infer who this great magician was. But it was a pity that Andrei's mentor was the infamous necromancer, Ulysses Domer, so he definitely couldn't tell the truth. He pretended to be reserved and replied with a smile, "I come from the far north. As for the specific country, I won't say. My mentor doesn't allow me to mention his name outside, so please forgive me." It was a perfect excuse. Almost no one could tell whether this sentence was true or not. Even President Boris was fooled, let alone a group of ordinary members in front of him. The magicians who didn't get any information were quite unwilling to give up. In the next half an hour, they took turns to bombard the youth with questions, trying to get some useful information by beating around the bush. Andrei carefully dealt with these people who seemed to have ulterior motive. He tried his best not to mention any names of places, environmental characteristics, and social situations to prevent them from guessing the location of the Cantaru kingdom. He didn't intend to let anyone know where he came from, and he also didn't want anyone to know about the unbearable days when he was under the necromancer's control. Seeing that the youth answered appropriately, but didn't leak any information, the magicians understood the meaning even if they were stupid. They stopped probing and began to talk about more relaxed and pleasant topics. In fact, no one who could become a magician was an idiot. Arcane required a very high level of logical thinking, reasoning, learning ability, abstract thinking, and so on. Those who weren't smart enough were completely eliminated when they were still apprentices. Therefore, those who could become a magician were all elite. They understood that the youth didn't want anyone to pry into his privacy, so they gave up on this idea. As time passed, Andrei was getting more and more annoyed with the magician's idle time. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and bowed slightly. My apologies. Although I've enjoyed chatting with all of you, I have to quickly choose an apprentice and find a place to live in the city. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the magician tower suddenly opened. A man in his 40s with a hooked nose, short black hair, and sharp eyes walked in. He glanced at everyone present with disdain, opened his arms, and sneered loudly, "Ha ha! It's you cowards again. You only know how to do experiments and chat in the magician tower all day. Once there's a battle, you panic. If I were you, I would have killed myself out of shame." Chapter 49. Gavin Lauren. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've won a few magic duels. This is the Association of Mages. This is not your private playground. A gray-haired old man stood up and scolded back without backing down. Ha 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 ha. Old man, are you tired of living? Do you want to have a magic duel with me outside right now? I promise I'll twist your moldy head off in 5 minutes. The man called Gavin Lauren directly issued a challenge. From the cruel smile on his face, it was definitely not a joke. The old man was obviously not someone easy to deal with. He grabbed the hardwood cane on the table and slowly stood up. The other mages around him also stood up, and their eyes were quite scary. Gavin snapped his fingers without fear. In an instant, 5 or 6 of his companions rushed in from outside the mage tower. The two sides quickly entered a state of confrontation. A little carelessness could lead to a large-scale battle. Andre, who had just arrived, did not understand what was going on. Why were they all fine just now, and in the blink of an eye, they started to fight among themselves? In order not to be affected, he carefully retreated to the side and silently observed the executioner that Bill described, Gavin Lauren. Obviously, it was this person who rushed in and ridiculed them for no reason that caused the situation in front of them. From his words and the tyrannical aura he exuded, his hands were definitely stained with blood. He gave people a feeling of arrogance and despotism, which was very unpleasant. Just when the battle was about to start, the door on the left side was suddenly kicked open. Boris walked out and roared at everyone, "What are you doing? Tell me, what are you trying to do?" After roaring, he came in front of Gavin and asked with a grim smile, "You like magic duels, right? Come on. I'll accompany you. Together." Gavin, who was still majestic just a moment ago, instantly withered. He lowered his head like a child who made a mistake, and did not even dare to breathe loudly. The few guys behind him were even worse. Their legs were slightly trembling. After reprimanding one side, the president immediately turned his spearhead to the other side. "You guys are also very promising. You actually want to swarm up like street hooligans? Where's your dignity? Tell me, where is your dignity as a mage? That was great. Making a scene in front of a new member. Get lost. All of you, scram." The furious Boris was brimming with terrifying magic power, and the expression on his face was even more chilling. No one in the room dared to stay. Soon, they all left, leaving only Andre and a group of apprentices and servants who didn't know what to do. Just like the saying goes, where there are people, there will be fights, not to mention the powerful mages. Without a doubt, although there were only 60 registered members in the Sorcerer Association, they were divided into 2 factions. The tense atmosphere just now was the best example. If it wasn't for the president's suppression, they would have fought to the death without hesitation. Alright, don't just stand there like a fool. Hurry up and pick an acolyte while these bastards aren't here. Then, go and find a place to stay. Remember, try not to get involved in their fight. It won't do you any good." After saying that, Boris didn't care if the young boy listened or not. He waved his hand and returned to the room, closing the door with a bang. Seeing that the big show had finally come to an end, Andre smiled helplessly. He turned around and began to look at the group of children between the ages of 9 and 14. He was ready to pick a prettier little loli to play with and raise. Anyway, he couldn't tell who had better talent and who didn't. Fortunately, he picked a prettier one. At least it would make him feel better. As for the president's warning, he didn't care at all. He only wanted to investigate whether Gavin Lauren was really an evil person. If it was true, then he would find a chance to get rid of him. That was all. In order to change their fate, the apprentices and servants all puffed out their chests and showed their best side. Especially the girls who were 12 years old and above. They purposely pulled their necklines low, showing off their breasts that were just starting to develop. They wanted to use this to get a better chance. Although they were very young, their intelligence was outstanding. They already understood what it meant to be a disciple of an official mage. Even if they could only become an apprentice who could only use rank 0 arcane spells, they could still live a luxurious life. Mr. Mage, please choose me. I can do anything. Choose me, I can satisfy any of your requests. Choose me, mister. I'm very familiar with all the streets and alleys in the city. Staring at the faces full of anticipation, Andre was a little hesitant. These children were too scheming. Seeing a group of girls who weren't even 15 years old putting on a seductive posture, anyone with a moral bottom line would feel uncomfortable. At this moment, he suddenly saw a little girl who wasn't even 10 years old standing in the corner. She stared at him curiously with a pair of large blue eyes. She didn't recommend herself like the other children, nor did she take the initiative to expose her body. There was a saying that the eyes were the windows to the soul. Andre could see the pure curiosity in the girl's eyes. She also looked very sweet and cute. With her long golden hair, she looked like a cute little elf. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and asked with a smile, "My name is Andre. What's your name?" "Beverly." The little lowly softly said her name. However, she was obviously a little shy. She lowered her head and played with the corner of her skirt, not daring to raise her head. "What a beautiful name. Tell me, why did you come to the Mage Tower?" Andre continued to ask as he stroked the girl's long hair. "Because my mother said that she couldn't raise my brother and I, and that we could eat our fill here, so I was sent here." Beverly used a very normal tone to tell the tragic truth. Perhaps in her young heart, she didn't understand the pain of being separated from her mother. Perhaps this was a normal thing in Lincoln City. In any case, Andre felt a trace of pity for the girl after hearing the truth. He gently cupped the little lowly's delicate face and asked very seriously, "Beverly, are you willing to be my apprentice? Think carefully before you answer, because once you agree, you must strictly obey my orders. You can't violate any of them, because the path of magic is very difficult and also very dangerous." After becoming an apprentice, can I have meat for every meal? The girl held her chin for a long time and finally asked a question that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. "Of course, I can guarantee that you have meat for every meal, and you can eat as much as you want. Come, let me go eat something first, and then I'll take you home to have a look." After saying that, Andre took the little lowly's hand and walked out of the Mage Tower, leaving behind a group of servants and apprentices who were sighing. Chapter 50. When he returned to the streets, Andre was surprised to find that the sun was about to set. After a busy day, people had finished their work and were returning home in droves. There were also some who went straight to the taverns or restaurants to satisfy their appetite. Looking at the bustling city, he shook his head with a smile and asked the girl beside him, "Tell me, what do you want to eat tonight? You live here, so you should be most familiar with which restaurant has the best food." "Really? I can make the decision?" Beverly opened her eyes wide, and her face was full of surprise and disbelief. "Of course. Hurry up and lead the way, I'm starving." As soon as Andre finished speaking, his stomach made a rumbling sound. From noon until now, he had only eaten the so-called seafood chowder soup and a small piece of bread in the market, which had been digested a few hours ago. It would be strange if he was not hungry. Hee. Well, follow me, the meat pies and onion soup in Uncle Jason's restaurant are the best. Then the little girl took the lead and ran into an alley. After leaving the Association of Mages, She had obviously become more lively, and her suppressed nature had been revived. André felt a little relieved. Although he could not liberate all the children from the twisted and morbid environment in the tower, at least he could save the soul of a girl. The two walked through more than a dozen streets and alleys, and finally stopped in front of a restaurant that was not very big, but smelled very good. There was a half-meter-long wooden sign above their head that read, "Jason's Restaurant, 30-years-old restaurant, reputation guaranteed." Beverly wrinkled her little nose and took a deep breath. Then she licked her lips and sighed. "It hasn't changed at all, it still smells so good." The little girl's cuteness made André laugh. He touched the girl's hair and teased, "What are you waiting for? Go find a seat and order some of your best dishes. I feel so hungry now that I can eat a cow." "No problem. Mentor, I'll go get a seat." After saying that, Beverly lifted her linen dress and rushed in. Without saying anything, she sat at the seat closest to the window. Her action immediately attracted the attention of many people, especially the waitress who was in charge of serving the food. She was surprised and shouted, "Beverly! Oh my God! It's really you! Didn't Aunt Elsa sell you to the Sorcerers' Association?" The little lowly proudly shook her head and replied, "Now that I have a teacher, of course I can come out. Look, he's here." Following the direction of her finger, everyone raised their heads and looked at the entrance. They saw a red-haired young man wearing a long robe slowly walking in. The badge on his chest emitting a dark blue luster instantly silenced the restaurant. In Linton, a city-state where mages reigned supreme, no one would not know what that meant. An official member of the Sorcerers' Association, a spellcaster who wielded powerful supernatural powers, was more revered by the commoners than by the nobles. Voila! The diners hurriedly put down the tableware in their hands and stood up to bow, fearing that they would be killed if they were too slow. Their eyes were filled with fear, and some of them couldn't help but tremble. They didn't even realize that they had touched the soup bowl. Seeing this, André couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew that these commoners did not respect him, but they were afraid of the power and authority that the mages possessed. They were afraid of judicial immunity. "Honorable Sir Mage, what would you like to eat?" The waitress walked up and asked politely. "Ask her. I'm only responsible for paying," Henry said as he pointed at the little lowly who was sitting on the chair. Without waiting for the waitress to turn around, Beverly immediately shouted, "2 portions of onion soup, 6 pieces of meat patties." "All right, please wait a moment." The waitress immediately pretended to note it down, and then ran into the kitchen like a wisp of smoke. It seemed like she was going to inform the boss. André didn't care about these trivial matters, and directly sat down beside the girl, admiring the scenery outside the window while waiting for the dishes to be served. To be honest, he didn't have high expectations for this small restaurant located in the slums. After all, there were not many condiments in this world, and even the salt contained a lot of impurities. Who knew what chemicals were in it? It was already good enough that he could swallow it. Other than that, there was nothing else he could ask for. Sometimes, he even wondered if he had lived in lonely mountain town for too long, causing his taste buds to be completely destroyed by the terrible taste of food. Otherwise, how could he even eat something so difficult to swallow? After only a few minutes, an old man wearing an apron came out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of soup and 6 pieces of meat patties. He didn't care about the customers who came first, and directly placed the food in front of the young man, and respectfully bowed. "Good evening, Honorable Sir Mage. I am the owner and chef of this restaurant, Jason. These are the things you ordered, please enjoy." "Thank you." André politely thanked him, and immediately picked up the spoon to take a sip of the soup. The taste was not bad, and it wasn't as bad as he imagined. He didn't know what was in it, but there was a faint smell of fish. He raised his head and smiled at the uneasy boss and praised, "Not bad, it's the best onion soup I've ever had. Thank you so much. I know you're a real gourmet at first sight." Jason excitedly waved his big hairy hand. Beverly's mouth was stuffed with meat patties, and she nodded desperately. I've said before, Uncle Jason's cooking is the best. Eat slowly, no one is fighting with you. Be careful not to choke. Andre lovingly stroked the girl's hair. The little lowly in front of him reminded him of his sister in Lonely Mountain Town. Both of them were equally clever, eccentric, and lively. Jason was obviously very familiar with Beverly, and asked with a smile, "Little rascal, you haven't been here for a long time. How's life in the Mage Association?" The little lowly swallowed the food in her mouth, and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Not bad. Although I'm not full, I'm not starving. It's just that those big kids always like to bully people, and leave all the troublesome work to me. A bunch of bad guys." Hearing the girl's complaint, Jason stroked the thick beard on his chin and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. I believe those big kids must be regretting it to death now. Because you're already a real apprentice and they're still handymen. Mr. Mage, Beverly is already your apprentice, isn't she?" "That's right, I'll train her to be a real mage with all my heart, and not like the others who are just doing errands." Just as he finished this sentence, Andre suddenly found a large amount of information popping up in his retina. Chapter 51. Name: Beverly, apprentice, race, human, underage, age, 9 years old, alignment, chaotic good, likes to do things according to her own wishes, does not want to be bound by laws and regulations, but is still kind and willing to help others, intimacy. 60, she has some respect and good feelings towards you, please continue to work hard. Attributes: strength, 5 agility, 12 vitality, 6 intelligence, 15 perception, 9 charm, 10 profession, none health points, 2 halves, healthy, ability points, 0 attribute points, 0 inch. You have gained an apprentice. Please nurture her into a talent. The higher the apprentice's achievements in the future, the more rewards you will receive. Obviously, these were the basic attributes of the little lowly. Although most of her attributes were terrible, her intelligence was surprisingly high. Beverly was not even 10 years old this year, which meant that she still had a lot of room for growth. As long as she was nurtured well, becoming an official mage was almost certain, and she could become a qualified assistant. What an enviable girl, but her brother is not so lucky. Old Jason touched his sparse hair and sighed. Andre heard a bad signal from this sentence, and immediately frowned. What's the matter? Could it be that something has happened? Old Jason sighed helplessly. Sigh. 2 years ago, when Beverly was just sent to the hospital, her brother got a fatal case of tuberculosis. Elsa didn't have the money to take the child to see a priest. Finally, she could only watch him die of illness. Poor woman, first her husband died at a young age, then she lost her son. Fortunately, she still has a daughter. No. Impossible. How could my brother die? The little lowly was stunned when she heard the bad news. She threw down the tableware and rushed out of the restaurant like a madwoman. Here, this is the money for the meal, keep the change. Andre put the only small gold coin he had on him into the hands of the boss, and quickly chased after her. Looking at his receding figure, old Jason muttered to himself, "Looks like Antonio and his gang are going to be unlucky. I hope they didn't harass Elsa tonight, or I'm afraid none of them will survive." "Don't worry about those scum. All they do is loaf around and bully orphans and widows who don't have a man at home. It would be better if that mage just killed them all." A young man who was eating yelled angrily. Another middle-aged man echoed in a low voice, "That's right. These bastards are all dead. They even harassed my daughter 2 days ago. They deserve to be killed." Looking at the agitated crowd, old Jason smiled bitterly. "That's right, but have you considered that he's a mage? Once he gets angry and casts a powerful spell, there's a possibility that our street will be blown up. Think about the disaster a few years ago. 2 magicians fought each other and destroyed half a street. More than 200 people died. But that mage is still a child. He shouldn't be too strong, right? The young man who spoke first asked in an uncertain tone. It's hard to say. The great power that a mage possesses is not something that we can easily guess. I hope you're right, or else. Old Jason did not finish the second half of his sentence, but everyone present knew what he was talking about. In Linton City, magicians would often kill people, create chaos, and destroy buildings for various reasons, but none of them were actually killed or sent to prison. It was because of this that many members of the Association of Mages acted without restraint. They would kill people to vent their anger if things did not go their way. Only the great nobles who held the ruling position could make these fellows restrain themselves. Like many large cities, Linton City was divided into several districts for ease of management. For example, the Dock District, the Market District, the Administrative District, the Noble District, the City Gate District, the Cemetery District, and so on. Beverly's house was obviously a slum. Especially with the dilapidated houses on both sides of the road and the shadows in the dark alleys, it was obvious that it was a dirty and messy place. Following behind the little lowly, Andre quickly arrived at an old two-story house. It could be seen that the owner of the house was very diligent. The steps in front of the door were wiped clean, and there was even a small garden with wooden fences on both sides. Some unknown white wildflowers swayed in the wind, emitting a faint fragrance. Just as he was about to step onto the steps, the little lowly's scream suddenly came from inside the house. "Get lost! Scum! Don't bully my mother!" "Beverly, why are you back?" "Forget it, hee. It's just nice for me to enjoy mother and daughter together." "Ha ha ha ha." A man let out a lascivious laugh. "Boss Antonio, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Don't forget about our brothers later. These two women are so beautiful, I can't hold it in any longer." Another man with a wretched voice flattered. "Damn fatty, move aside. Let the boss go first, then we'll take turns. When we're done playing with them, we'll sell them to the brothel for gold coins." "Barton, you're so bad. But I like it. Hee." As their words became more and more obscene, a tearing sound came from inside the house, followed by a woman crying and shouting, "No! Don't touch my daughter. She's not even 10 years old. 10 years old is not young. I like to destroy the tender seedlings." The man who was called Antonio replied shamelessly. Andre, who was standing at the door, more or less figured out the nature of these people. He pulled the crossbow open and put an arrow into the groove. He directly rushed in and aimed at the violent young man, pulling the trigger without mercy. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, the arrow fiercely pierced through the young man's chest. The huge force sent him flying and nailed him to the wall. He slightly twitched as he breathed his last. Hit the vital point. Fatal blow activated. Dealt 9 points of damage to Antonio. Target's heart destroyed. Dead. Received 5 experience points. As usual, a large number of data popped up on his retina, recording in detail the result of the attack just now. Although the experience points were a little less, it was still quite a lot for a little punk in his 20s. Shocking. The remaining 5 youths in the room were all stunned by the sudden massacre. Although this was a slum, there were still a small number of guards patrolling. At most, they would fight and would not dare to kill people. Otherwise, if they were caught, they would definitely be hanged. Chapter 52. After killing their leader, Andre swept his cold gaze across the youths. He then said in a low and sinister voice, "What do you want to do to my cute apprentice? How dare you? Anyone who spoke just now, step forward and cut off that thing of yours. Then I'll forgive you for what you've done. Otherwise—" He purposely dragged out his words, his hands flickering with white lightning. The rank 0 arcane spell, Tremor Shock, was ready to be completed. His attitude was very clear. Cut it off. Live. Not cut. Die. The 5 youths were dumbfounded. Their bodies shook like a sieve and their teeth chattered. They were all scared out of their wits as they looked at each other. It was obvious that they didn't want to die, but they didn't want to cut off their manhood. As for resisting, he did not even dare to think about it. After repeated propaganda and brainwashing, the residents of this city were in awe of mages beyond imagination. Even an experienced adventurer like Alger was in awe of mages, let alone a few insignificant hooligans. Move faster. Don't force me to kill. Seeing that they weren't moving for a long time, Andre frowned and urged loudly. Although killing could bring him valuable experience points, he wasn't willing to slaughter his own kind. In fact, he had only killed 2 people since he'd been brought into this world. One was the evil necromancer Ulysses, and the other was Antonio, who had just been nailed to the wall. As for Baron's son Byron, strictly speaking, it wasn't considered killing him. It was more like helping him to free himself from his pain. Andre was very clear that in this barbaric world, it was impossible to completely avoid being stained with the blood of his own kind. Thus, he only wanted to make sure that everyone he killed deserved it. He didn't want to be a good person or a saint, but he also didn't want to be a cold-blooded butcher. He wanted to help those who truly needed help, kill those bastards who didn't shrink from any crime, and uphold the moral bottom line in his heart. Sir Mage, please forgive us this time. We won't dare to do it again. One of the youths finally couldn't bear the immense pressure and knelt on the ground, begging bitterly. That's right. We were just blinded by the ritual. Just let us go this time. I still have a mother who's over 50 years old to feed. Please have mercy. With one of them taking the lead, the other youths followed suit and knelt on the ground. Perhaps if it were someone else, they would have just let it go. However, Andre was different. He came from the era of information explosion and understood one thing. If someone didn't get punished after committing a crime, that person would very likely get lucky. Not only would they not turn over a new leaf in the future, but they would also become worse. They would slowly upgrade from a petty criminal to a true demon who killed without batting an eyelid. Without any hesitation, the flashing electric arc in his hand suddenly shot out, instantly hitting the first guy who knelt down and begged for mercy. The strong electric shock directly made his heart stop beating. His whole body fell to the ground, and his skin was a little purple, emitting a burnt smell. Target hit. Tremor shock dealt 5 damage to Antonio. Target's HP has reached 0. Death. Obtained 5 EXP. For a profession with a strong vitality, the rank 0 arcane spell, Tremor Shock, would at most cause the body to twitch for a few seconds. It wasn't fatal at all. But ordinary people couldn't do it. Most of their vitality was about the same as Andre's before he became a mage. In terms of statistics, they only had about 1 to 4 HP. They couldn't withstand the power of a rank 0 spell at all. In the blink of an eye, another person had been killed. Andre still maintained a cold expression as he issued an ultimatum. Within the count of 10, either you're killed by me, or you're cut off by yourself. Don't make me repeat it a third time. 10, 9, 8. He didn't give anyone time to think, and used the countdown to force the other party to accept the punishment. Damn it. I knew there would be retribution sooner or later. A slightly plump youth cursed as he pulled out a dagger from his waist. He gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. A cold light flashed, and a bloody lump of rotten flesh was cut off. Ah! The indescribable pain caused him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Dark red blood gushed out like a fountain, flowing all over the ground. Glancing at the plump youth who was in so much pain, Andre stopped the countdown and nodded with satisfaction. He then looked at the other 3 people. He has made the right choice and can continue to live. Now it's your turn. Humans were a very complicated animal. In most cases, as long as they could continue to live, no one would be willing to die. Thus, the youths pulled out the daggers they carried with them, took off their pants, and cut off their manhood. For a moment, screams and wails filled the air of the slums. Even the guards on duty were alarmed. They rushed into the house to see what was going on. But when they saw the badge on the youth's chest, they instantly shivered. One of the men who looked like the captain bowed respectfully and asked carefully, "Respected Mr. Mage, may I ask if these hooligans have offended you?" "Yes, they tried to use violence against my apprentice, so I taught them a lesson." "Is there a problem?" Andrei asked with a cold face. Ever since he heard from Alexia about the greedy and corrupt behavior of the city guards, he did not have a good impression of these people. So he did not give them a good face. The captain was frightened by the cold eyes. He quickly waved his hand and explained, "Of course there's no problem. These hooligans deserve to die 1,000 times. I'll send them to the prison immediately. They will all be hanged tomorrow morning." As an old ruffian, he knew that the members of the Mage Association had legal immunity. Not to mention killing a few hooligans, even if the whole street was blown up, it would not be his turn to do anything. It was better to avoid trouble. After all, it was just hanging a few insignificant people. "No need. I've already punished them. You just need to stop their bleeding and lock them in the prison for 2 days. Also, take these 2 corpses away," Andrei ordered with an extremely impatient tone. He was very clear that corruption were unavoidable under any system. The more prosperous a place was, the more so it was. However, he still could not help but feel disgusted because the corruption in Lincoln City had exceeded a certain limit. The entire city was emitting a rotten smell. "No problem. We'll do as you say." The captain did not dare to offend this youth, who looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. He quickly ordered his subordinates to clean up the corpses. It did not take long for the messy hall to be cleaned up. Finally, he respectfully bowed and disappeared without a trace with everyone. Chapter 53. After watching those annoying guys leave, Andrei finally had the time to look at the young woman who was sitting on the ground and crying. It had to be said that this woman named Elsa was quite beautiful. She had a fair and slender neck, well-defined facial features, and big blue eyes like a little Loli's. Her skirt was torn apart, revealing her smooth calves and white toes. In particular, her slightly sorrowful eyes made people want to protect or ravage her. No wonder she was targeted by a group of hooligans. Even Andrei, who had always had strong self-control, was stunned by her beauty, let alone a group of hot-blooded young men. "Mom, don't cry. Tell me, where's my brother?" "Uncle Jason said he's dead." "Is that true?" Beverly asked anxiously as she held her mother's hand. Her eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and she looked like she was going to cry at any time. Hearing her daughter's question, the young mother cried even harder. Tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. After a while, she nodded her head while suppressing her grief. "Baby, I'm useless. Your brother didn't even survive a winter before he coughed up blood and died." Boo-hoo, obviously, for a woman to lose her husband at such a young age, and then lose her son before the age of 30, such a fate could be said to be extremely tragic. There was not the slightest bit of hope in life, just like the sky at this moment, completely shrouded in darkness. Andrei didn't know what had supported her to live until now. Perhaps women were born with greater endurance than men, or perhaps she still missed her only daughter. In short, she was very admirable. Sometimes, living required more courage than dying. Only warriors who truly dared to face a bleak life could persevere. Perhaps they were not as respected as those heroes who died a spectacular death, but they shouldered the responsibility at the most critical moment, instead of choosing an easier death. After confirming the bad news, Beverly was surprisingly quiet. She didn't burst into tears as expected to vent the sadness in her heart. Instead, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and comforted her mother. She looked like a well-behaved young girl. With her 15 points of intelligence, she naturally understood that her grieving mother needed to be understood and comforted at this time. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would lose her life. Looking at the beautiful mother and daughter hugging each other and comforting each other, Andrei couldn't help but sigh at how hard life was for ordinary people in this world. Heavy taxes, bad law and order, diseases that could kill at any time and place, food that was hard to swallow, and countless monsters and alien races in the wild that would attack the human world every few years. Back when he was still living in Lonely Mountain Town, he had already gotten used to the parting of life and death, especially during the winter. When the orcs and beasts attacked the human settlements, there would always be a few or even a dozen dead people. They could be friends that they could talk to on a daily basis, or they could be neighbors living next door. Death was so close to the mountain people that everyone had already learned to treat it with a calm attitude. Not knowing how long had passed, Elsa suddenly remembered that there seemed to be someone else in the room. She hurriedly wiped her red and swollen eyes, covered her torn clothes with her hands, and asked her daughter with a forced smile, "Beverly, why don't you introduce this gentleman to me?" "Mom, this is my mentor," the little girl said as she stood up from the ground. As the little lowly spoke, she stood up from the ground and used her sleeve to wipe her crying face. "Nice to meet you, beautiful lady. My name is Andre, an official member of the Sorcerers Association. According to the agreement, Beverly is now my apprentice." Andre bowed politely. As an outstanding hunter, he had already trained himself to be extraordinarily patient. Although he had been standing aside for a long time, he still maintained a good demeanor and didn't show any signs of impatience. "Really? That's great. Beverly has been a little naughty since she was young. Please be strict with her. Also, thank you for your help just now. Those little rascals harassed me for a long time. It was like a nightmare." Elsa changed into a more ladylike salute. However, she looked a little disheveled at the moment. Her shirt was torn open, revealing her smooth and round shoulders. Half of her chest was exposed, and her skirt was torn open. One of her thighs was faintly discernible, and one of her shoes was missing. She stepped on the floor barefoot. When she bent her knees, she was almost exposed. It was a different kind of seduction. With Andre's sharp eyes, he could see that this young mother had obviously received a good education. No matter whether it was her speech or her behavior, there was an indescribable temperament and charm. No wonder she could teach such a smart and mischievous daughter like Beverly. Beverly was dissatisfied with Elsa's evaluation of her naughty. She pouted her little mouth and pulled her mother's skirt. It was fine if she didn't pull it, but when she did, it immediately made a tearing sound. In an instant, half of the young mother's body was exposed. Her smooth back, slender waist, rosy bosom, and even the mysterious golden hair in the middle could be seen clearly. Such a beautiful scene made Andre stunned. He quickly coughed and turned his head to the side. For him, who was in puberty, this kind of scene was too stimulating. His body naturally reacted a little, and the middle part of his robe was slightly pushed up. No one knew if it was because of the cough or because she saw the robe being pushed up, but Elsa finally came to her senses. Her face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly ran upstairs without saying goodbye. She slammed the door with a bang and covered her chest to feel her heart beating violently. Although she was already a mother of two, she still felt a little shy. Of course, there was also a little excitement and expectation in her shyness. Even she didn't know why. Beverly, who knew that she had made a big mistake, shrunk her neck and quietly hid behind the young man. She was afraid that her mother would come back and spank her after changing her size. Looking at the girl's clever eyes, Andre couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. "Beverly, if I were you, I wouldn't hide. I would apologize immediately. Stand up and take responsibility for your mistakes. Otherwise, the consequences will only get worse." But Mother will definitely beat me if I go up now. Won't it be fine if I hide for a while and wait for her anger to subside?" Beverly retorted, unconvinced. Chapter 54. Without a doubt, this smart little girl had already figured out the temper of her parents and knew how to avoid a disaster. Ordinary principles would not work on her at all. Well, a smart student could not be educated using ordinary methods, so Andre quickly changed his method. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile that made the little lowly feel uneasy. With a playful look, he reminded her, "You are very smart, but you forgot one thing. That is, as long as Elsa sees me, she will remember this matter. After all, for a woman, being half naked in front of a man is bound to be very shy. So, as the culprit, don't expect to escape punishment." "Isn't that the end for me?" Beverly screamed and squatted down with her hands covering her face. She put on a pitiful look, trying to gain sympathy. "That's right, apprentice. Now I will give you the first lesson. No matter what happens, you must firmly grasp the initiative. It is best to take the initiative to make a choice, instead of being forced to react to every move. This is the most important point for a mage, because only the one who grasps the initiative can have the upper hand and move freely." Andrei did not pay attention to the little lowly's scheme, but took the opportunity to instill his own ideas. He wanted to create an assistant who had the same outlook on life and values as him, so he had to hurry up and finish it before the girl's thinking pattern was fixed, otherwise it would be too late. Just when Beverly's eyes were rolling around, considering whether to go up and apologize, the door of the room on the second floor was suddenly opened. The young mother, who had changed her clothes, slowly walked down the stairs. Although her face was still faintly red, it was much better than before. An awkward atmosphere began to spread in the room. "Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." The little lowly hid behind the young man and revealed half of her head, carefully apologizing. Elsa helplessly looked at her daughter, gently bit her lower lip and said, "Well, I forgive you. Come out quickly, don't cause trouble for Mr. Mage." "Okay, but you have to promise me that you won't spank my butt." Beverly wanted to negotiate the terms first, she did not want to be retaliated. Seeing that the mother and daughter's eyes were getting weirder and weirder, Andrei had to stand out and say to the young mother, "Madam, since Beverly has admitted her mistake, let's just forget about it. It's already a little late. I wonder if you could recommend a hotel. I'm a little tired and would like to rest early." "All right, for your sake, I'll let her off this time. Also, you don't have to go to the inn at all. Just stay here." "I meant that there is an empty room on the second floor that you can live in." "I didn't mean that," Elsa explained with a red face. She didn't know that it was best not to explain such things. Otherwise, the more she explained, the more chaotic it would become. In the end, she could only create a huge misunderstanding. Andrei smiled and nodded. "I understand. Thank you very much. Is there a place where I can take a bath? I've been traveling in the wild for a few days. I must smell terrible." "Of course, the bathroom is the second door on the left on the first floor. I'll go and boil some water for you." After saying that, Elsa hurriedly turned around and slipped into the bathroom. After a while, there was a clanking sound, as if something was accidentally knocked over. The little lowly blinked her eyes and asked loudly, "Mom, are you okay?" I'm fine. The water is already boiling. You can take a bath in about half an hour." The young mother stuck her head out and replied. Her eyes were drifting, obviously a little absent-minded. Andrei was enjoying this slightly ambiguous atmosphere while taking out the book, Magic Enlightenment, and handing it to the girl. "Take it. Read this book in 5 days and write down the parts that you don't understand. On the 6th day, I'll take 2 hours to answer your questions. Remember, don't be lazy, don't play trick. On the road of magic, you have to move forward step by step. Any small mistake can lead to death. This is neither a threat nor a threat. It's just a statement of facts. Understood? I'll do my best, teacher." Beverly bowed very solemnly and held the thick book tightly in her arms. She had been in the Association of Mages for 2 years. She had heard from the older children that most of the official mages would not take the initiative to teach. The apprentices usually had to observe and figure things out by themselves. Andrei was definitely the first one who was willing to teach diligently, so she understood how precious this opportunity was. The bath water was quickly boiled. Andrei, who had not taken a hot bath for a long time, could not wait to take off his shirt, revealing his upper body that was full of scars. Although he looked a little thin and weak, he was covered with streamlined muscles. Coupled with his handsome face, Elsa, who had just barged in to deliver towels and clothes, immediately felt her heart beat faster. She quickly put down the things and said nervously, These clothes were left behind by Beverly's father. They are a little shabby. Please don't mind them. It's okay. I'm not a picky person. By the way, thank you, beautiful lady." André turned around and smiled at the young mother, then began to unbuckle his belt. "Then I'll go clean up the room for you. If you need anything, just call me." Elsa immediately ran out of the bathroom with a red face. She did not know what was wrong with her. Whenever she saw a young man, she would feel nervous and uneasy. She was a 26-year-old widow, but she acted like an unmarried girl. It was so embarrassing. Looking at the slim back of the young mother, André smiled and shook his head. He took off the last piece of clothing and lay down in the huge wooden tub. He enjoyed the hot water that he had not felt for a long time. His whole body relaxed, and he silently thought about how to live the rest of his life. First, he had to make a lot of money and a lot of money. He had already asked around in the Mage Association. All the spells in Linton City, including arcane spells and divine spells, were priced at 50 gold coins for level 0, 100 for level 1, 200 for level 2, 400 for level 3, 800 for level 4, and so on. The price of an arcane scroll would double with every level. If he wanted to learn more arcane spells, he would need a lot of money. He had once read a book in the library of Ulysses. It mentioned that in ancient times, the wealth of an archmage was equivalent to 10 years, or even 100 years, of the taxes of a kingdom. Sometimes, an experiment would cost tens of thousands of gold coins. Therefore, for a mage, sufficient funds were the most powerful guarantee on the path of arcane magic. Chapter 55. Of course, although mages spent a lot of money, it was easy to make money as well. The first was copying spell scrolls. Apart from a small fee, the association would collect as much as they could. However, it was said that the success rate of copying spell scrolls was not very high, so very few mages were willing to do it. Secondly, mages could also make money by mixing potions and making simple magic items. For example, a bottle of potion that could produce the effect of a level 1 arcana spell, mage armor, could be sold for at least 200 gold coins in the market. A ring that could shoot a magic missile at a critical moment was also very valuable. Many wealthy adventurers, merchants, and nobles were willing to stock up on a few items in case of emergency. Due to the scarcity of mages, the prices of these items were always high. Sometimes they would even run out of stock, so there was no need to worry about sales. Finally, they would accept other people's employment. Some of them wanted their children to learn magic, while others wanted to protect themselves from supernatural forces. In short, rich people were willing to hire a mage to be their consultant and bodyguard. Furthermore, the mage did not have to stay by their side all the time. They only needed to deal with the situation when something happened. Usually, the mage would just take the money and not do any work. André felt that he could do 3 things at the same time. First, he could make potions and items. On one hand, he could earn money. On the other, he could train these 2 abilities. Then, he could make scrolls of the spells he hadn't used that day. After all, with the help of the system, he only had to pay a certain amount of EXP to have a success rate of 100%. As for the employment, it was better to get a general idea of the situation first. According to his idea, the salary could be lower, but it couldn't take up too much of his time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it. With money, he could buy more scrolls and master more arcane spells. However, the association only allowed ordinary members to reach level 3. If he wanted to reach level 4 or above, he would have to complete a lot of missions and accumulate the so-called contribution points. He could only buy more scrolls after becoming a senior member. This also meant that if André wanted to advance further, he would have to work hard for the association. He would also have to settle down in the city and gain a certain amount of power. He might even have to become a member of the nobles and have a fixed property. It had to be said that the Sorcerers' Association's method of binding interests was quite effective. When a sorcerer owned a large property and became a member of the ruling class, they would naturally be closely linked to Linton City. No one would be willing to see their interests being infringed upon, so when an enemy invaded, everyone would work together. A few dozen sorcerers were definitely enough to change the direction of a war. In fact, the participants of the war in Orire were all elites, and there were only a few thousand of them. Even if a kingdom launched a full-scale war, there would only be about 20 to 30,000 of them. There were no civilians among them. They were either powerful professionals or professional soldiers who had been trained for a long time. In this unscientific world, only those primitive monsters in the wild had the ability to raise an army of hundreds of thousands of people. But this was the most classic example of the Cantera Kingdom. 150 feudal knights gathered together, and with a single charge, they completely crushed the 30,000 orc allied army. Then, 4,000 knights arrived and chased after them, killing them all. Although it sounded a little exaggerated, it was the cruel truth. After all, you couldn't expect a bunch of undisciplined, unarmed, and undisciplined mobs to defeat humanoid monsters who were armed to the teeth, trained since young, and could easily lift hundreds of kilograms of objects and wield their swords thousands of times without feeling tired. Therefore, the real main force of the Cantera Kingdom was always the enemies south. Their attitude towards the orcs in the north was similar to how humans looked at cockroaches and rats. It was only disgust and not hatred. The orcs' only chance of victory was to conquer one or two major cities before the kingdom arrived and equip themselves with the armor and weapons in those cities. Then, they would use the terrain to their advantage to neutralize the feudal knights' charge. They would be able to fully utilize their physical strength and expertise in melee battles to their fullest potential. But it was a pity that according to André's observations, there was nothing else in their heads other than violence, not to mention complex battle tactics. If not, they wouldn't have been beaten up for centuries without any improvement. Imagine, in a battle of thousands of people, if a group of mages suddenly appeared, aimed at the densest part of the enemy formation and raised their hands to cast a spider web spell, trapping all the enemy warriors in place and unable to move. What would the result be? After all, this rank 2 arcane spell had a radius of 10 meters with the target as the center. 10 people casting it at the same time could change the situation of the entire battlefield. This was the reason why mages existed. They could help their side defeat powerful opponents and control the direction of the battle. The prosperity and strength of Linton City was tied together with a large number of mages, allowing everyone to enjoy benefits that other places couldn't provide. André sighed softly when he recalled the conflict that had occurred in the association during the day, as well as Gavin Lawrence's ferocious expression. He muttered to himself, "Sigh, it seems like I'll have to stay here for a while. At the very least, I'll have to learn all the arcane spells in the association and figure out why these people are fighting." He was very clear that the intelligent mages definitely wouldn't be divided into 2 factions because of some personal grudge. There must be a huge benefit involved, but what benefit could it be that a group of mages with supernatural powers would place so much importance on it? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there must be some secret hidden within. He had to investigate it thoroughly before considering leaving. After soaking for a full hour, André finally washed away the dirt on his body. He put on a slightly large linen robe and walked out after drying his hair. The little lowly was holding a copy of Magic, Enlightenment, and reading it with relish under the oil lamp. At the same time, she was eating the oatmeal in the wooden bowl. Her 2 white and tender little feet were swinging back and forth. She looked extremely adorable. Elsa, who was sitting to the side, hurriedly stood up and walked over with a wooden bowl when she saw the youth walk out. "Mr. Mage, I heard that you didn't even have time to eat dinner, so I specially made some oatmeal. Please have some. Smelling the faint fragrance of the oatmeal, Andre took the wooden bowl and smiled as he complimented, "Thank you. You are a beautiful and considerate lady. Also, you don't have to call me so formally. Just call me Andre. It'll make us seem closer." Chapter 56. All right, Mr. Andre. I heard from Beverly that you came to Linton City today? Elsa asked with a blushing face. She was obviously not used to calling a mage by his name, so she added the word Mr. at the end. Yes, to be exact, I only arrived at noon. After a simple tour, I went to the Sorcerers' Association. By the time I came out, it was already dark. I didn't even have time to find a place to stay, Henry replied with a smile as he drank his oatmeal. As a man with normal physiology, no one would refuse to talk to a young and beautiful woman with a charming aura. He treated it as a form of mental relaxation and enjoyment. Hearing the young man's complaint, Elsa smiled and pursed her lips. She used a half-joking tone to tease him. Fortunately, I didn't find a hotel, or else I would have lost the honor of hosting a mage. To be honest, you are very different from other mages. Although you have great power, you like to reason and are very polite. If you don't mind the simplicity, you can always stay here. My culinary skills are passable, and I can help prepare 3 meals a day. Thank you very much. This will save me a lot of effort. As a tenant, this is my rent and food expenses. Please don't reject it, please accept it. Andre did not reject and immediately agreed. He immediately took out a heavy Turi's gold coin from his backpack and placed it on the table. Although he did not know how this young widow supported herself, but from her patched clothes, she must have been troubled by poverty, so he could not let her stay here for free. Elsa was obviously shocked by the heavy gold coin in her hand and quickly rejected. This is too much. Even if I stay here for a month, it won't cost this much. Take it first. Buy more delicious food, and the rest will be your salary. Quit your job and take care of this house in the future. After saying that, Andre finished the oatmeal in his bowl in one gulp, took the gold coin and placed it in the young widow's palm. He then went straight up to the second floor and entered his room. The restless night passed quickly. As the sun shone through the window and shone on the curtains, a new day had begun. The soft bed always made people unwilling to get up. Andre did not know how long he slept. He only knew that it was rare for him to completely relax last night. Most importantly, he could finally sleep on a real bed again. Ever since the day he came to this world, he either had to eat and sleep in the wild, where he couldn't even find a flat surface, let alone a bed, or he slept on the hard wooden planks of lonely mountain town, with only a piece of animal skin under his body. As for the days when he was imprisoned by Ulysses, it was even more unbearable. He did not even have a place to stay, and could only sleep on the floor of the warehouse. He even had to be careful when he slept, for fear that he would wake up and find himself tied to a rack with his intestines cut open. However, no matter how comfortable he was, he had to get up because he still had a lot of things to do today. For example, a lot of troublesome tools and materials to buy, so he could only force himself to open his eyes and slowly sit up on the bed. He gently pulled open the curtains and looked out at the bustling city and noisy street. According to the relatively backward productivity of Orier, Linton City, with a population of 100,000 people, was already considered an international metropolis. It also seemed to have mastered the manufacturing process of glass. Even the residents of the slums could have glass windows in their houses, just that there were a lot of impurities and bubbles. But even so, it was still much more developed than the Cantera Kingdom. Not to mention that most of the residents of Lonely Mountain Town had wooden windows. According to the only merchant in the town, Rot, the kingdom did not have the method of manufacturing glass, so they could only buy it from the neighboring countries at a high price. Not to mention the poor mountain people, even the nobles might not be willing to use it. If the Cantera Kingdom was a standard dark medieval style, then Linton City was obviously a little more towards the Renaissance style. Whether it was the style of the buildings, the clothing of the people, the prosperity of the trade, or the developed sea transportation, all of them showed a sense of revolution. Looking at the huge wooden sailboats in the port area in the distance, André suddenly had the urge to buy a boat and go out to sea. Before he transmigrated, he had always been interested in the great sailing era of the 14th to the 17th century on Earth, especially those beautiful sailboats. For a period of time, he even bought a lot of complicated simulation models and came back to assemble them himself, displaying them in a conspicuous place to slowly admire them. Since he had come to this magical world, and it just so happened that wooden sailboats had just become popular, he felt that no matter what, he had to fulfill his dream of sailing and sail a large boat on the turbulent sea. Of course, it was not easy to realize this dream. He had already asked when he passed by the port area yesterday. Even the cheapest second-hand sailboat cost more than 6,000 gold coins, and its carrying capacity was only between 80 to 120 tons. Judging from its round and fat hull, if it sailed into the deep sea, it would definitely be capsized by the huge waves. Sigh. In the end, I still have to make money first. In this city where gold coins are clanging, it's really hard to move an inch without money. André sighed as he took off his linen robe and changed into his underwear. Finally, he put on a flame protection robe on the outside. It was obvious that Elsa had washed and dried these clothes last night, and sent them to the room this morning. He did not know what she used to wash the clothes, but they still emitted a faint fragrance. She was a perfect woman who was beautiful, gentle, persevering, hard-working, and clean. Perhaps every man would want to marry such a wife. After changing into clean socks and putting on boots that did not have any smell, André felt that he was really a new person. He directly opened the door and walked down the stairs. Before he could say anything, the little lowly immediately stood up from the chair and waved her hand excitedly. "Teacher! Come quickly, Mom made fried eggs, grilled sausages, and white bread today. It's delicious." "Really? Then I have to eat more." André touched the girl's long blonde hair and pulled out a chair to sit down. Perhaps because she heard her daughters shout, the young mother hurriedly came out of the kitchen with a wooden tray filled with bread, fried eggs, and sausages. She placed the tray in front of the boy, and when she bent down, she inadvertently revealed a large area of snow-white alluring scenery. Even the little pink bean that looked like a young girl could be seen clearly. Chapter 57. As the body fragrance wafted into his nostrils, André instantly felt his entire body heating up. He immediately bit his lips and forced himself to squeeze out a smile. "Thank you, madam. Today's breakfast is really sumptuous. It's what I should do. After all, you paid me a lot of money. I exchanged that gold coin for 5 Alliance gold coins at the market. It's enough for 2 months. Elsa explained while taking small bites of her bread. She looked very ladylike as she ate. Coupled with her quiet and beautiful face, she gave off a sense of intellectual beauty. On the other hand, the little girl's table manners were very different from her mother's. Not only did she eat quickly and hurriedly, but she also grabbed the sausages and stuffed them into her mouth. Her hands were stained with grease, and her mouth was stuffed full. Perhaps it was because of the 2 years she lived in the Association of Sorcerers. After all, although the association was rich, they would not spend too much on these little servants. "That's good. Don't be stingy. Buy as many fresh fruits, vegetables, meat, and seafood as you can. Also, buy 2 apprentice robes for Beverly and 2 new dresses for yourself. Of course, you should also buy some shoes. It's not good for your feet to wear wooden shoes with hard soles all the time." André glanced at the young widow's bare feet. Elsa instantly felt as if she had been electrocuted. She quivered and hurriedly covered her shoes with her long skirt. Blushing, she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take Beverly to the tailor's shop after dinner. Do you have any requirements for apprentice robes?" Requirements? Andre muttered while chewing the food in his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw the eye-shaped tattoo on his left hand. The color doesn't matter, but the tattoo must be on the chest. Although he had yet to figure out what the so-called system was, at the very least, it had expelled Ulysses's soul at a critical moment. Therefore, he intended to use it as his secret imprint. The little lowly was his apprentice, so she naturally had to wear this imprint. It could protect her to a certain extent. It's a little strange. What is that? Is it a closed eye? Elsa asked curiously after looking at it. Andre shrugged his shoulders and replied, "That's right, an eye. It's my secret imprint. Among mages, it symbolizes something like a name card or seal. Oh, by the way, I'm a little busy today, so I might not come at noon. You don't have to wait for me." After saying that, he quickly finished the food on the tray, picked up the purse with 56 large gold coins, pushed open the door, and disappeared into the bustling street. The clever and eccentric Beverly glanced at the door, and then at her mother, who was sitting there in a daze. She suddenly asked loudly, "Mom, what do you think about letting Mentor Andre be my father?" As the saying goes, children's words carry no harm. Elsa, who was frozen in place, was instantly awakened. Her face instantly turned red, as if she had a fever. She immediately stood up and reprimanded her daughter loudly. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm almost 30 years old, and I'm still a widow. I'm not worthy of a young and promising mage. Hurry up and eat your breakfast. I'm going to wash the dishes." "All right. Why are you being so fierce? I'm just giving a suggestion." The little girl curled her lips and continued to compete with the fried eggs and sausages on the plate. However, her two big eyes kept rolling around, and no one knew what she was thinking. As for the young mother, she quickly took the plate and went into the kitchen as if she had done something wrong. She did not come out for a long time. Half an hour later, Andre went through the slums and came to the high tower of the Association of Mages. Unlike last time, he went straight through the hall and came to the door of the warehouse in the basement. He asked the apprentice who was guarding here, "All the alchemy tools and materials are sold here, right?" "That's right, Mr. Mage. Scales, beakers, flasks, thermometers, alcohol furnaces, and so on. Everything is available here. At the same time, there are also a lot of materials stored here. We can even send someone to deliver them to any place in the city." The young apprentice in his early 20s introduced with a smile. Obviously, this apprentice was different from the servant. He was an apprentice who had really mastered level 0 arcana spells. He also wore a badge made of silver on his chest, which meant that he was an associate member. As long as he could cross the last threshold, he would become an official mage. "Give me a set of materials for making potions, plus 100 glass test tubes, 2 bottles of magic ink, 3 quills, 200 pieces of parchment paper, 1 liter of alchemy potion, 1 kilogram of mint leaves, 500 grams of silver." Andre did not waste any time. He gave the apprentice a long list without hesitation. Since he had stayed in the necromancer's alchemy room for a whole month, he had already memorized all the materials he needed to make the basic potions. Therefore, he could tell what he needed at the moment. There were a lot of things, but they were also very messy. There were common goods that could be bought in the market, and there were also things like bone powder, which normal people would never ask for. The young apprentice frowned and calculated for a long time. Finally, he gave an exact number, 200 gold coins. Although the prices are not high, the quantity and the variety are a bit too much. "Here are 40 tourist gold coins. Please send them to 60 White Dew Street in the slums." Andre paid the money without hesitation. At the moment, there were only a dozen gold coins left in his pocket. No matter what it was, as long as it was related to magic, the price would not be low. Therefore, 200 gold coins was really not a lot. Mages seemed to live in a completely different world from ordinary people. Even their financial system was different. The former could easily spend hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of gold coins for any experiment, while the latter could only earn 30 silver coins after a month of hard work. The difference between a beggar and a billionaire was surprisingly similar to the difference on Earth. After buying all the tools and materials he needed, André found a quiet place to draw some blueprints. Then he quickly left the association and went straight to the most famous blacksmith shop in the city. He needed to make a few special gadgets, such as a sleeve arrow, a pulley crossbow, a hollow needle for injection, an alcohol lighter, and of course, a triangular bayonet. Previously, when he was in Lonely Mountain Town, he wanted to invent something. Unfortunately, the blacksmith Warren's skills were not complementary. He could not even make a standard longsword, and the spearhead could only be made hard and sharp. He could not make something like a triangular bayonet which required superb craftsmanship. Chapter 58. Now that he was in a big city, he naturally had to arm himself. Through a series of battles, André found that he lacked sufficient lethality at this stage, so he planned to put in some effort in the area of weapons. Sleeve arrows could be hidden in the arm, and could often catch people off guard in close combat. If a little poison was smeared on it, even a scratch on the skin could be fatal. The purpose of the pulley crossbow was to shoot from a distance. Under the condition of ensuring penetration, it minimized the requirement of strength as much as possible, allowing the bowstring to be pulled faster and easier, thus achieving the goal of increasing the firing rate. As for the triangular bayonet, it was the last insurance, and would only be pulled out when the situation was extremely critical. Unless there was a priest present, any creature with blood would die from excessive blood loss if they were hit by it. Ever since he was caught by Ulysses, he had been very insecure. Even if he was in a relatively safe city, he did not dare to relax at all. After all, this world had too many incomprehensible supernatural powers. If he was not careful, he might not even know how he died. Of course, in addition to weapons, there were two other tools. The hollow needle was to reduce the failure rate in the process of refining potions. One had to know that a potion could be ruined because an extra drop of solvent was accidentally added. Most mages basically judged based on experience, so the failure rate was high. The last remaining item, the alcohol lighter, was purely for convenience. Because there were no matches in this backward world, most people mainly used flint, which was not only unsafe but also quite troublesome. With a head full of thoughts, André quickly passed through the bustling market, heading toward a 2-story brick building that was emitting black smoke. Before he reached the door, he could already hear the clanking of metal from within. Looking over, he saw that the customers entering and exiting the building were all wearing armor. Some of them were even wearing the insignia of nobles that symbolized their status. It was obvious that this blacksmith shop specialized in weapons and armor, not farming tools, kitchen knives, iron pots, and other daily necessities. It was equivalent to an arms company on Earth. At the door, there was even a large number of shining full-body armor, as well as a few strangely shaped two-handed greatswords. These two things were the most testing of craftsmanship and forging skills, so they were specially displayed to let the customers understand the strength of the blacksmith shop. "I hope the blacksmiths here are skilled enough," André muttered under his breath as he walked up the stairs into the shop. Ignoring the respectful gazes of the others, he went straight to the blacksmith beside the anvil and asked, "Hello, I would like to order something special. Can I?" "Something special?" The blacksmith stopped his work and looked up. He instantly noticed the gem badge on the boy's chest, and his attitude immediately became attentive. "So it's the esteemed Sir Mage. I'm the best blacksmith here. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. As long as it's within my capabilities, I won't refuse. Here, this is the blueprint. Everything I want is on it. Take a look and see if there's anything you can't complete." As he spoke, André handed over the parchment he had prepared earlier. He stood in place and waited for the other party's reply. He was a little unsure if the clumsy blacksmith in front of him could do fine work, especially small things like needles and arrows. He was afraid that very few people could make them. After staring at the blueprint for 10 minutes, the blacksmith bit his finger and said, The strange-looking dagger and the modified crossbow should be no problem. The spring-fired arrows and the small iron box with a complicated structure are a little difficult, but it should be possible after a few more tries. Only this kind of hollow needle is impossible to make. The truth was not far from what André had expected. Although it was a little regretful, it was worth the trip if he could make the other things. Thinking of this, he nodded helplessly. All right, then I'll remove the needle. How much will it cost to send the other things? How many days will it take to make them? 35 gold coins. Usually, it would take 5 days to make them. But you're a mage, so naturally you have some privileges. So you can come and pick them up in 3 days. The blacksmith smiled and gave a price. No problem. Here are 6 big Turi's gold coins. André took out half of the gold coins from his money pouch without hesitation. Then he warned with a serious expression, I hope that you will burn the blueprint immediately after you're done making it and completely forget about it. Don't let me see any similar products in your shop. Please rest assured, Sir Mage. I've served the mages of the association many times. I know the rules very well. I will not reveal a single word. The blacksmith patted his chest and promised loudly. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Goodbye. After saying that, André nodded and turned to leave. Just as he stepped over the threshold, he suddenly saw a member of the association walking towards him. He could not help but be stunned. Gavin Lauren obviously also noticed the young man. He immediately stopped and squeezed out a smile on his gloomy face. Good afternoon, Mage André. Good afternoon, Mage Gavin. André greeted him politely. He could tell from the other's expression that this guy was in a bad mood. He must have encountered some trouble. What's the matter? Are you also here to order some weapons? Gavin asked probingly with his 2 sharp eyes. Yes, I occasionally like to go on adventures in the wild, so I have to prepare some weapons and tools. The normal goods on the shelves cannot satisfy my needs, so I have to come here to order a few. Because he did not know the other's purpose, André answered very carefully and tried his best not to reveal any information. Ever since he saw the internal strife of the Association of Mages yesterday, he decided to stay away from these 2 groups of people. Before he figured out what was going on, he would definitely not join either side. Gavin heard the faint sense of alienation in the young man's voice. He smiled playfully and said in a meaningful tone, it seems that you have misunderstood us. You think that we are aggressive and fierce. But it's okay. After a while, you will soon realize that sometimes the truth is not what you see. Please remember, in the association, everyone needs allies. But you must be careful when you choose. André did not mind the warning in this attempt to win him over. Instead, he bowed politely. Thank you very much for your advice. I will consider it carefully. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Also, I think that mages should focus on learning and research. It is not wise to waste time on other things. Chapter 59. Ha 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 ha. I completely agree with your point of view, but there are some things that are beyond our control, because it involves interests that are enough to make anyone's heart race. Goodbye, it's really nice to chat with such a young and promising mage like you. I hope you have a good appetite for lunch. After saying that, Gavin laughed and walked past André, looking as arrogant as ever. Glancing at his back, André frowned and began to consider the subtle hints in his words. There was no doubt that the internal strife within the Mage Association was as expected, because of huge interests. From the degree of hostility between the 2 sides, it was definitely not as simple as money and power. What could make dozens of mages attack each other in 2 rows like crazy? What could make President Boris so helpless? He felt that this matter was like a huge whirlpool, involving everyone in Lincoln City, and it could very well involve a large number of nobles. Due to the lack of information, Andrei racked his brains for a long time without a single clue. Just as he entered the slums, a skinny child suddenly rushed over, threw down a leather bag, turned around and ran, shouting as he ran, "Sir Mage! Black Lily asked me to pass a message to you. She is very sorry for what happened last night, so she wants to meet you to clear up the misunderstanding." "Who is Black Lily? Are those hooligans her underlings?" Andrei asked loudly. The child did not answer, only smiled and waved his hand, quickly disappearing into the narrow and dirty alley. He was obviously very familiar with the terrain. A normal person would not dare to enter such a place. Seeing that he didn't get any useful information, Andrei shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He bent down to pick up the leather pouch and opened it. He was shocked to find that it was filled to the brim with silver coins. There were at least 200 of them. Furthermore, there was a note that read, "Honorable Sir Mage, I am very sorry for the bullying of a widow in my territory. Please believe that this was not my intention. In order to show my sincerity, I will first present a gift. If you're interested, you can come to the bar in the back street after sunset. I'll be waiting for you at any time. Sincerely, Black Lily." After reading the note, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "Interesting. This should be a local gang force. They actually set their sights on me, and from the nickname, it should be a woman. Forget it, I'll go take a look when I'm free. After all, these guys are usually well informed. Maybe I can get some useful information." At the same time, in a dark alley, the boy who had just delivered the letter was talking to a woman who was wearing tight leather armor and had a curvaceous figure. "Big sis, I'm sorry. Done. But that was more than 200 silver coins, just to see him. Is it worth it?" "Of course it's worth it. You're still young, you don't understand the power of magicians. Besides, he's so young, he's perfect as a partner. Of course, it would be even better if he could be your lover." The woman licked her lips seductively and immediately disappeared into the shadows, carrying the slightly heavy bag. Andrei crossed 3 streets and finally returned to the place where he lived. He knocked hard on the door. He didn't know if it was because he was hungry, or because he used too much of his brain power, but he felt like he was sweating all the time. Even the hand holding the silver coins was trembling a little. After only a few seconds, Elsa opened the door. When she saw the boy's pale face, she quickly took the silver coins from the bag and carefully supported him. She asked with concern, "You? What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Andrei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He explained, "No, I'm fine. I'm just a little weak. Maybe I'm hungry." "Oh right, do you know who Black Lily is?" "Black Lily? Of course I know. She controls a quarter of the land in the slums. It's said that she's a very beautiful woman. Many men are fascinated by her. Why, did she come to see you?" For some reason, Elsa suddenly became a little nervous. Her 2 beautiful big eyes stared at the boy. "Yes, but it wasn't her. It was a boy around 7 or 8 years old. He brought a bag of silver coins and said that he wanted to talk to me." Andrei didn't hide anything and directly told her what happened. Only now did he notice that the young widow beside him had changed into a round collar purple dress and a pair of brown pointed leather shoes with high heels. She looked both dignified and beautiful, especially the cleavage that was slightly exposed in front of her chest, making people unconsciously want to take a glance at it. Elsa didn't notice the direction of the boy's gaze. She opened the bag and looked at the shiny silver coins inside. She was shocked and covered her mouth. "My God! There are more than 200. Now I'm sure that she has something to ask you for help." "Ha! Is 200 silver coins a lot? I spent more than 200 Alliance gold coins this morning. Maybe this woman just wants to apologize. Don't be so nervous." After saying that, Andrei walked into the house and sat down on the chair in the living room with the help of the young widow. 200 silver coins was nothing to him even when he was hunting in Lonely Mountain Town, let alone after he became a mage. Moreover, the business in Linton City was so prosperous. At most, it was the living expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for half a year. It was nothing to be surprised about. Looking at the boy's indifferent expression, Elsa sighed softly and explained, "You can't measure it with the values of a mage. This is the slums. Most of the people who live here are poor people with no savings. 200 silver coins is almost equivalent to a guild's income for a few days. That's why the Black Lily put in a lot of money this time." After saying that, she went into the kitchen and brought out a bowl of meat soup and 2 pieces of bread. She put them on the table. "Just eat this. You said that you wouldn't come back for lunch, so I made a little less. This is all that's left." André, who had been hungry for a long time, was not picky at all. He stuffed the food into his mouth quickly and hurriedly. As he ate, he asked, "What do these guilds usually do to make money? How can they be so poor? Stealing, collecting protection fees, robbing. Anyway, it's not a serious business. But most of them have no choice. Some can't survive, and some are forced to do it by the ill-disciplined guards. A group of pitiful and hateful people. How much money do you think they can make?" After saying that, Elsa winked playfully like a young girl. Chapter 60. I see. André's face showed a look of realization. He finally realized how wrong he was. It turned out that the gangs in Lincoln City were still in a very primitive state. Their purpose was very simple, and that was to struggle to survive. It was a world of difference from the mafias of the 19th century on Earth. Do you understand now? Black Lily must be asking for your help by giving you 200 silver coins, so it's best if you don't go. You know, people like her are always in trouble. Once you get involved, it's hard to get rid of her," Elsa said as she ran her fingers through her long blonde hair. André finished the soup in his bowl in one gulp and wiped the grease off his mouth. He had a playful smile on his face. "I have to go after hearing your explanation. I want to see what this Black Lily is up to." Seeing that the young man had made up his mind, the young widow no longer tried to dissuade him. She whispered, "Although you are a powerful mage, you must be careful when you go. Those ruffians often use poison, knockout drugs, and other such method. Also, I've already brought the things you bought to your room. Don't worry, I've been through a lot. Those dirty tricks won't work on me." "Thank you, Elsa. You're so gentle and considerate." André quickly stood up and kissed her on the cheek. He then ran up the stairs to his room with a smile. Elsa, who was suddenly attacked, was stunned. It took her a while to come to her senses. The skin on her face and neck instantly turned pink. She hurried into the kitchen with the dishes and did not come out for a long time. As for the culprit, he was now fiddling with the tools he bought in the room. After a while, the table was filled with various bottles and instruments. It looked almost like an alchemy room. However, André knew that this room could only be used to refine specific formulas. No dangerous experiments were allowed, or else, well, in a real alchemy room, whether it was the floor or the table, it had to be made of solid rock. It could withstand explosions, flames, strong acids, and many other accidents. Moreover, he was now standing on a wooden floor and table. Not to mention dangerous experiments, even if the alcohol stove was accidentally spilled, it could lead to a disaster. It could not be helped. He did not want to use the alchemy room of the Sorcerers' Association. After all, after what happened yesterday, it would be awkward if they met. It was better to hide at home. After simply categorizing everything, André quickly began to concoct the first magic potion of his life. Since he had learned the basics from the necromancer, his movements were very skillful. From igniting the alcohol furnace to adding the alchemical solvent and adding the required materials, the whole process was completed in less than 5 minutes. He stared at the needle of the thermometer and carefully stirred it with a glass rod. At the same time, he observed the color of the potion. When the dark green liquid began to turn yellow and blue, he immediately cast a level 1 arcana spell, Mage Armor, on the test tube. In an instant, the bottle emitted a dazzling white light, and the boiling solution began to swirl rapidly. A few seconds later, it began to emit a strange blue gas, and a long string of notifications popped up in his vision. Create a level 1 magic potion, Mage Armor Potion. Required ability potion entry level, pass. Difficulty, easy. Forcefully drain 10 EXP. Congratulations, you have successfully concocted your first magic potion. You have been randomly rewarded with a level 2 Arcane scroll. You have received a scroll of Fireblade. In an instant, a parchment scroll appeared in Andre's hand. He did not dare to delay and immediately grabbed a stopper and beeswax, sealing the mouth of the scroll as fast as he could. According to the records of potion entry, all magic potions must be sealed immediately after they were successfully concocted. Otherwise, the shelf life would be affected. Some masters with superb craftsmanship could even preserve the potion for thousands of years and still be drinkable. After carefully placing the potion on the shelf, he immediately spread out the scroll and began to study it. After 2 hours, he finally copied it into his spellbook. Different from the previous Arcane spells, Fireblade was a type of magic that could be added to a melee weapon. It would not cause any damage to the weapon itself, but when it was used, it could burn the enemy. It was quite powerful, and ordinary people could be burned alive as long as they touched it. Of course, to a mage alone, this Arcane spell was more or less useless, but it was completely different when used to buff a teammate. Most importantly, after learning this Arcane spell, Andre could create a sticky substance called blazing fire glue. This stuff was similar to the Fireblade spell. It was usually sealed in a glass bottle, and when it was used, it would immediately burst into flames as soon as it was torn open. It could be smeared on weapons to kill enemies or thrown out like a Molotov cocktail. As a city with a strong navy, Linton City purchased blazing fire glue at a high price all year round. It was used to smear on the arrowheads of giant crossbows and to burn enemy ships. Each bottle cost 350 gold coins, and they would buy as much as they could. After deducting the 5 gold coins or so for the cost of production, he could earn more than 340 gold coins in a short period of time. After all, this stuff could not be extinguished with water. Once hit, one could only wait to be burned alive. The cost of a large warship ranged from 10,000 gold coins to more than 100,000 gold coins. Compared to a few bottles of blazing fire glue, it was ridiculously cheap. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to calculate the cost clearly. However, the process of making blazing fire glue was quite complicated. It seemed that only 2 or 3 people in the Mage Association had the ability to make it. Andre had only occasionally read about it in the library of Ulysses. After calming himself down, he made a bottle of Mage Armor Potion and 2 bottles of Invisibility Potion. The latter was a level 2 potion, so it took a little longer to make. It was already evening when he sealed the bottle. Taking advantage of the fact that they had not finished eating, Andre made use of the time to make a ring with silver that could shoot a magic missile once a day. This magic item could automatically recover 100 experience points. There were also 3 other rings with the same craftsmanship that could shoot a stun spell. However, there was a flaw in one of them, which directly caused the enchantment to fail, so it could only be scrapped. After a whole afternoon of tormenting, he finally figured out how the experience points were drawn. After all, after so many experience points were deducted, as long as one was not a fool, one could more or less figure out the trick, let alone a smart transmigrator. Chapter 61. First of all, the items were permanent, which meant that they were permanent. Take the magic missile ring for example. Although it could only be used once a day, it could be used again after 24 hours. This was one of the signs of permanent effect. Making permanent magic items required the most experience points. 50 experience points at level 0 and 100 at level 1. Every time he leveled up, the experience points would double. Next was making magic potions. Because they were one-time consumables, the experience points were very low. 5 experience points at level 0, 10 experience points at level 1, 20 experience points at level 2. Similarly, every time he leveled up, the experience points would double. As for copying scrolls, he hadn't tried it yet. Because he had to go out at night, he had to save a few spells in case he needed them. 2 bottles of Mage Armor Potion cost me 20 EXP, 2 bottles of Invisibility Potion cost me 40 EXP, a Magic Missile Ring cost me 100 EXP, and 2 Stun Magic Rings also cost me 100 EXP. Oh, that's right, I still have to include the Failed Magic Ring, which cost me another 50 EXP. That's a total of 310 EXP. It's only been an afternoon, and I've already used up so much EXP. No wonder the Mage Association rarely makes or sells magic items and potions. If I keep leveling up. Looking at the remaining 1,960 experience points, Andrei suddenly felt that his path to making money had been cut off. Although these items could be sold for a high price, if they delayed the leveling of a mage, it would be a waste of time. After all, personal strength was the foundation of everything. Especially when he was about to reach level 5 and master even more powerful level 3 arcane spells. He definitely couldn't lose the big picture for the small gains. Looking at the mountain of materials in the room, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Sigh. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought so much. It's a complete waste. I'm afraid I won't be able to use it all up in 2 or 3 months. I have to quickly find a way to hunt beasts and monsters in the wild and try to get more experience points. I'll think about leveling up first. In fact, whether it was making magic items or potions, the mages of Oryre all had to pay a portion of the magic stored in their bodies. Once too much magic was used up, not only would it cause their power to stagnate, but it would also cause their strength to regress, which was the so-called drop in level. It was also because of this that magic items and potions were always in a state of severe shortage on the market. Most mages would rather waste their time doing business than wasting their magic for no reason. As the saying went, only scarcity was expensive. Whether it was on Earth or in the magical world, this principle was equally applicable. After burying his dream of getting rich overnight, Andrei sighed helplessly. He put the magic missile ring on his right index finger and the stun ring on his left index finger. This was the equipment he had prepared for himself. It could increase his chances of survival in battle. According to the records in the book, there were rules when it came to wearing magic items. For example, only 1 ring could be worn on each hand. If there were more than 1 ring, it would easily cause a conflict. If it was light, the enchantment would fail. If it was heavy, it would cause a violent explosion, directly turning the wearer into a pile of minced meat. Other than that, things like amulets and necklaces followed the same principle. Of course, if he didn't mind being called a sissy by others, he could also wear 2 holes in his ears and wear earrings on his nose. In short, in order to strengthen their own strength, the mages had developed a set of methods to wear as many magic items as possible. It could be said that there was no such thing as the weirdest, only weirder. After putting on the rings, Andrei put the 4 bottles of potions into the side of his waist bag. This thing originally belonged to Ulysses. There were leather buckles in the bag that could be used to store potions. Finally, the stun ring was thrown into the bag as well. Just like that, all the work he had done for the whole afternoon was cleaned up. Just when he had just finished cleaning up the alchemy equipment on the table, suddenly there was a knock on the door, followed by the voice of the little lowly Beverly. "Teacher, Mom asked me to come up and inform you that you should come down for dinner." Coming. Reaching out to open the door, Andrei saw the girl holding a heavy book at first glance. At the moment, she was wearing a brand new pink apprentice robe, with an eye pattern embroidered on the chest. On her feet, she was wearing a pair of round-headed leather boots, which were also pink. She looked very cute. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. After putting on a new set of clothes, the pretty lowly immediately looked like a little princess. Beverly turned around and asked with a smile, Teacher, are my new clothes and shoes beautiful? Yes, they are absolutely beautiful. Let's go and have dinner together. I had some leftovers at noon. Saying this, Andre smiled and stroked the girl's hair. Closing the door, he walked down the stairs and came to the dining table. The dinner was quite sumptuous. Elsa roasted a whole goose, vegetable soup, mashed potatoes, and large pieces of white bread without bran. This table of food cost at least 1.5 silver coins, especially the pure wheat flour, which was more than 5 times the price of ordinary flour. Ordinary people could never afford it. It must be noted that although every adult male in the city could earn 1 silver coin a day, which sounded like a lot and could be used to eat well, in fact, it was the opposite. This was because the 1 silver coin they earned didn't include the high taxes, the usual expenses for clothes, shoes, house repairs, salt, needles, and thread, etc. If they counted the children and wives they needed to feed, the remaining money would be even less. On average, the amount of money they could spend on food was no more than 4 copper coins a day, which was only enough to buy a few pieces of black bread and potatoes. At most, they could eat fish or meat once a month, which was even worse than the mountain people. At the very least, the mountain people could go to the forest area to hunt at any time. As long as they were skilled, they wouldn't lack meat. The little lowly obviously didn't have the chance to eat expensive food like roasted whole goose before. She held a greasy thigh and tore it with all her strength. Because she was in the period of tooth replacement, the teeth in her mouth were not complete, and it was quite strenuous for her to eat. Looking at the girl's grimacing face, Andre shook his head with a smile and suggested, "I think we should give Beverly a set of knives and forks. Otherwise, if she gets used to eating like this, it will be very troublesome to correct it in the future." "Okay, I'll go to the market tomorrow and buy a few sets of knives and forks. How is it? Are you satisfied with today's dinner?" Elsa asked with a smile as she chewed the food in small bites. "It's very good, but you can have more varieties in the future. It's best to have more than 3 kinds of vegetables. Eating more vegetables can improve the body's immune system and prevent many diseases." Chapter 62. As a transmigrator from the age of information explosion, Andre knew the importance of balanced nutrition. Unlike most people in this world, who believed that the more meat and fish they ate, the better, and completely ignored the importance of vegetables and fruit. He did not want to get any strange diseases due to a lack of vitamins in the future, so he paid extra attention to the comprehensive nutrition intake. "No problem. I'll prepare more vegetables starting from tomorrow at noon," Elsa agreed without hesitation when she heard that it could prevent diseases. In this place where medical standards were extremely poor, even catching a cold was equivalent to brushing shoulders with death. So she was willing to try anything as long as it could prevent diseases, let alone just eating more vegetables. After all, although the priests of the temple could miraculously cure all diseases, including cancer, ordinary people could not afford it. The level 3 divine spell disease removal cost 400 gold coins. Even a small noble might not be able to afford it easily. The whole dinner ended with a discussion about the relationship between diet and health. The satisfied little lowly sat on the chair with her belly protruding, humming an unknown nursery rhyme and chatting with her mother. Elsa gently combed her daughter's hair. The scene was full of tenderness. After admiring the intimacy of the beautiful mother and daughter for a while, Andre put on an old cloak and used the hood to cover his face. He quietly opened the door and went out to the street. He planned to follow the address on the note and go to the bar in the back street to see what the woman called Black Lily wanted to do. As the name suggested, the back street was the street in the westernmost part of the slums, close to the city wall. Because it was close to the sewers and the moat, the stench was so strong that the patrolling guards were unwilling to go near it. So over time, it became a place where crime thrived. Many gangs opened taverns or inns in the area as their base. There were also many underground casinos. At night, good people mixed in with bad people, and the security was quite poor. The dark streets, the stinking gutters, the scantily clad prostitutes, the ferocious-looking vagrants, and the dagger-wielding gang members. André had seen the darkest side of Linton City along the way. There were even some who had shamelessly copulated by the side of the street, completely ignoring the people around them. Just as he was looking for a bar, a few young men with sticks suddenly stood up and surrounded him. The leader of the group threatened fiercely, "Boy, are you new here? If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables. Otherwise, your corpse will be thrown into the moat immediately." If I were you, I wouldn't use such a tone to talk to someone I can't afford to offend, because it could very well lead to death. As he spoke, André raised his left index finger, and a dazzling halo instantly appeared on the stun ring. Although he loathed these hooligans and gangsters, he had no intention of killing them for the time being. Magic! Magic! It was magic! Run! Following the shout of a knowledgeable hooligan, all the people around him ran away in the blink of an eye as if they had seen a ghost. In essence, they were just a group of guys who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Once they encountered someone they couldn't afford to offend, they would basically choose to turn around and run. They had no moral integrity at all. Glancing at the empty street, André smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He put his left hand back into his cloak and continued to walk along the road, looking for the bar mentioned on the note. 5 minutes later, he found a wooden sign in an alley. On it was a picture of a blooming lily, and it was painted with black paint. At first glance, it gave off an extremely depraved feeling. Without a doubt, this was the bar he was looking for. Without any hesitation, he walked forward and pushed open the somewhat rotten wooden door, arriving at a rather strange bar. Everyone here was silently drinking the same cheap and inferior ale. There were men and women, old people and children. The oldest was more than 60 years old, and the youngest was less than 7 years old. Every one of them had a calm expression, as if they were waiting for someone. Obviously, as an outsider, André immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all looked at the youth with scrutinizing and suspicious eyes, and no one spoke for a long time. The oppressive atmosphere filled every corner, until a series of crisp footsteps came from the stairs leading to the second floor. Da, 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 da. Following a series of rhythmic steps, a woman wearing tight black leather armor and black mid-heeled leather boots slowly walked out. She was in her early 20s, with short black hair. She was about 1.7 meters tall, and her tight clothes accentuated her straight legs and curvy figure. A pair of large black eyes full of charm revealed a trace of danger, and 2 sexy lips under the high bridge of her nose. For some reason, André immediately identified this woman as the Black Lily after observing her. Because her temperament was too conspicuous. Arrogance with temptation, holiness with depravity. Perhaps half angel and half demon was used to describe this kind of person, but what was strange was that after such a beautiful and charming woman appeared, not only did none of the men present show any signs of lust, but they all showed expressions of awe, fear, or solemnity. It was as if this was not a beautiful woman, but a demon that crawled out of the abyss. A few people's hands were even trembling slightly. After glancing at everyone in the room, this woman with a powerful aura walked gracefully to the bar counter, raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The slightly plump bartender immediately took out a thick book from under the counter, slammed it on the table, and then continued to wipe the table without a word. Soon, the little boy, who looked less than 7 years old, took out a big bag from under the table and dragged it to the front of the bar. He sighed and said, "Big sister, today's harvest wasn't very good. We didn't steal many rich foreigners. Most of the money was copper coins, and they are all here. It's okay, I know you and your men have done your best. Go back and sleep early, and continue to work hard tomorrow." The woman smiled and touched the boy's tender shoulder, then hooked her finger without looking back. The fat bartender said nothing, grabbed the bag, and poured all the money in it on the table. Sure enough, it was all dirty copper coins, and there were only a few silver coins. He counted them very seriously, then picked out the silver coins and put them in the box, and threw the rest into the wooden bucket. Finally, he wrote down a string of numbers in the account book. Chapter 63. Seeing this scene, André finally understood why these people were behaving so strangely. It turned out that they were paying their taxes to the gang leader. Just like in some gangster movies, Black Lily had the gang leaders in charge of one of the businesses. If there was a problem, they would look for the person in charge, and she would hide behind the scenes to control the situation. It was quite a clever way of doing things. He stood on the spot and watched with interest as the people came up to pay. Some were rewarded, some were comforted, and some were reprimanded. What was surprising was that the people who were reprimanded didn't try to explain at all. Even the muscular men were like obedient children, lowering their heads and letting the woman order them around. Clearly, Black Lily had made everyone in the room obedient. To put it in a more accurate way, their loyalty was above 90, and the possibility of betrayal was very low. Another thing worth noting was the problem of income. Elsa was right. These people were really poor. Their income for an entire day didn't exceed 80 silver coins, and most of it was copper coins. As for gold coins, they didn't even see a shadow. The whole process lasted for half an hour. When the last woman in her 30s finished paying, there were only 4 people left in the bar. The bartender, Black Lily, André, and a middle-aged man in his 40s. As the owner of this place, Black Lily crossed her legs and said with a charming smile, "Sorry for making you wait for so long. Now, what do you want to say? Who's first?" "I'll go first." The middle-aged man glanced at the young man and stood up casually. "Boss Gil asked me to ask you if you've thought about that matter. He has already prepared the wedding. As long as you agree, the position of the slum boss will be yours immediately." "Mine? Huh." Black Lily sneered with disdain. "Does Gil think I'm an idiot? He wants to make me his plaything? Dream on. With his looks, he's only fit to marry a bitch on the street." The middle-aged man was instantly enraged. He pulled out the dagger hidden in his boot and glared at her fiercely. "B***tch? How dare you insult Boss Gil? Do you want to die? Believe it or not, we can make your little tavern go bankrupt tomorrow." Hearing this, the bartender immediately pulled out a short sword from under the table. He wanted to kill the man, but Black Lily raised her hand and stopped him. She stood up and went straight to the young man's side. She leaned on him and pretended to be a little woman. She asked pitifully, "Dear, I'm being bullied. Don't you care?" The sudden turn of events left the other 2 people in the room speechless. Everyone in the slums knew that Black Lily had always been tough and had never shown any interest in men since her debut. The probability of such a situation happening today was almost the same as the sun rising from the west. Looking at the beautiful lady beside him, the corners of André's mouth curled up slightly. With a playful expression, he asked, "What's the reason? Why should I meddle in this business? From this moment on, I'm yours. From my body to my soul, you can do whatever you want to me. Is this reason enough?" As she spoke, Black Lily's slender fingers slid down the young man's neck. She pressed her nose against his ear and breathed lightly. Her entire action was full of seduction and hints. As a man with normal physiology, André's body began to react. He reached out his right hand to hold her waist and pulled her tightly into his embrace. With his other hand, he raised his chin and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure?" Black Lily did not hesitate to peck the young man's lips. She smiled and replied, "Of course. I know who you are and what I'm doing. What do you think? Is this reason enough?" Seeing that the 2's actions were getting more and more out of hand, the middle-aged man felt the need to stand up for his boss. He shouted with a ferocious expression, "Boy! I'm warning you, you better mind your own business. Get out of here. Or else. Shut up. Did I give you permission to speak?" Before he could say anything else, André raised his right hand impatiently. A glimmer of light flashed from the silver ring on his right hand. Following that, 2 magic missiles arced through the air and hit the middle-aged man's head. Bang! Bang! The ball of energy that was as powerful as a handgun bullet instantly shattered the man's skull. His entire head was like a rotten watermelon. Red and white viscous matter splattered everywhere. After that, the man fell to the ground with a thud. The bartender widened his eyes as he stared at the corpse on the ground. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. He could not believe that Gajil's #1 fighter, who was also known as the Butcher, had been killed so easily. He did not even have a chance to retaliate. Target hit. Magic missile dealt 9 points of damage to unknown human. Target's head received a fatal blow. Killed. Received 30 EXP. When the notification of the man's death popped up in his vision, Andrei immediately woke up from his irritation. He frowned slightly. Perhaps it was because he had been abstinent for too long, but he would start to dream whenever he closed his eyes for the past 2 days. Sometimes it was with Serena. Sometimes it was with Elsa. Sometimes it was even with the little lowly Beverly. Clearly, it was because of Black Lily's teasing that he lost control of his emotions. Moreover, this man was indeed not a good person. That was why he accidentally killed him. Don't worry. This man is a scumbag. He has killed at least 10 innocent people. That's enough for him to go to the gallows 10 times. Black Lily thought that the young man was feeling guilty about the murder, so she spoke softly about the middle-aged man's crime. Andrei took off his hood and rubbed his forehead. He explained, "I can see that he's not a good person. At the same time, he doesn't regret the murder. He's just a little dissatisfied that he lost control of himself. As a mage, you have to control your emotions and let your rationality prevail." After hearing this, Black Lily immediately laughed. She stroked the young man's handsome face and teased, "Ha ha ha ha. My dear, you have to understand that it's normal for a man to be a little irritable when he's not satisfied. Even though you're still a big boy, you've reached the age where you're interested in women." After regaining his senses, Andrei gently pushed away the woman who had captivated him. He sat down on the chair and asked with a serious expression, "Speak. What do you want from me?" Although he wanted to strip the woman naked and do some indoor exercise that was good for his body and mind, he had to figure out the woman's purpose first. Chapter 64. There was no such thing as unconditional love in this world, and similarly, there was no such thing as unconditional hate. Since she was willing to pay such a huge price, it meant that she was asking for something big. After all, under normal circumstances, who would hand over the power they had built up over the years to someone else? "I want to work with you." An intimate collaboration. Black Lily did not beat around the bush and directly stated her purpose. She knew very well that anyone who could become a mage was extremely intelligent. Instead of wasting time, she might as well get straight to the point. Cooperation? Sorry, I don't see any possibility of cooperation. To put it bluntly, you can barely make a living now. You can't earn any profits, and you don't have enough power. You're not worth my time. Andrei mercilessly tore apart all of the other party's dignity, using the most blatant method to declare that their relationship was not equal. If she wanted to work with him, she had to show enough sincerity, or she would not be able to take advantage of him. Even though he wanted to interfere with the association to expand his channels of information, the premise was that he had to be the leader. Otherwise, there was no room for discussion. In fact, the ruler of Linton City had yet to realize the value of the underground forces. Most of the time, as long as they did not cross the border, they would ignore them and allow them to flourish in the slums. As for the patrolling guards, as long as they received a little tribute every month, they would turn a blind eye to them. It was fine as long as they did not cause too much trouble. Ever since he discovered the internal strife in the Association of Mages, Andrei had always wanted to find out what was going on. Therefore, he needed his own information network, and the association that no one cared about was a very good choice. Otherwise, he would not have stayed up in the middle of the night and come to the dirtiest, most chaotic, and most unsafe place in the city to meet the leader of the association, even if she was very beautiful. Black Lily obviously did not expect the young man in front of her to be so sharp with his words. She was stunned for a moment, and after a few minutes, she gritted her teeth and said, "I have a smuggling route that can buy some contraband items, and at the same time, dispose of things that are inconvenient to be sold in the open." Hearing the word smuggling, André was stunned for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He smiled and shook his head. Sounds good. It should be useful, but it's far from enough. In fact, he was quite surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that the other party could still afford to play such high-end, grand and high-class games when he was so poor. One had to know that as a coastal city-state that focused on commerce, Linton City only had two types of things that were considered prohibited. The first category was items related to magic, such as potions and scrolls. In order to ensure their own advantage in the supernatural aspect, the nobles passed a law that stated that such items must be purchased by the city hall first. Therefore, all ships that went out to sea had to voluntarily declare and obtain permission before they could be sold to other countries and cities. Otherwise, if they were found out, they would be confiscated immediately. The other category was large warships, ballistas, and related blueprints. Once discovered, they would be executed without any hesitation. After all, this was the foundation of the entire city's survival. If other coastal city-states were to obtain it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Obviously, with the Black Lily's ability, the latter was basically impossible. A large ship easily cost tens of thousands of gold coins, and she couldn't afford to play with it. Thus, there was only one option left: smuggling small amounts of magical items, or rather, raw materials. After all, there were too many things that mages needed, from all kinds of strange casting materials to all kinds of potions. Most of them were scattered all over the world, and they needed to be transported through merchants. Since everyone knew how wealthy mages were, they would often impose heavy taxes on such items. Thus, smuggling came into being. Even though he had only been in civilized society for a few days, André already had some understanding of the entire operating system of Linton City. He had even seen the smuggling ships at the port with his own eyes. According to his guess, there were at least 3 shops in the city that secretly sold low-priced magical materials. It was just that they were more well hidden. Seeing that the youth was unmoved, the Black Lily couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. She rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "That's it. I'm the only one left. You can take it away if you want." Ha 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 ha. André was amused by the childishness of the woman in front of him. He laughed and explained, "Don't be angry. You should know that if we cooperate, my investment and return will be completely disproportionate. Once you've slept with me, I'll be yours, the guild will be yours, and the territory will still be yours. That way, it'll be proportionate." The Black Lily was obviously very unhappy. Thus, she did not hesitate to tear off her disguise and reveal her extremely shrewish nature, beginning to act like a rogue. The way she addressed herself as this old lady shocked André quite a bit. Especially when she said, "Wait till you **ck this old lady." It made him feel like vomiting blood. The mysterious and seductive image in his heart completely collapsed with a bang. He could only sigh softly, lamenting that a beautiful image had been shattered. "Hey! What are you sighing for? Am I not beautiful? Is my body not seductive? What's more, I didn't ask you to marry me." Hearing the other party's sigh, the Black Lily was instantly furious. She even puffed out her rather voluptuous breasts. Although she had a rather fiery charm now, it was still a far cry from before. André rubbed his forehead and pointed to the chair opposite him. "Sit down first. Madam, I'm afraid you still don't understand. To a woman, looks and figure are important, but temperament is more important. Do you know? I was very interested in you just now, but now, I don't have any thoughts at all. Why? Don't all men like beautiful, curvy women? Or do you prefer widows? The black lily's expression suddenly showed a hint of "I understand" as she spoke. Cough, 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 cough. Nonsense. There's nothing between me and Elsa. You're slandering me. Andre coughed as he loudly proved his innocence. Fortunately, he did not drink water, or he might have choked to death. The black lily curled her lips in disbelief. Forget it. You men are all the same, always chasing after novelty. The more you can't get something, the better it is. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to be willing to cooperate with me? You saw it yourself. Even that old pervert Gajeel came knocking on my door. If no one helps me, I'll be stuck in a pile of cow dung. Chapter 65. Hearing this, Andre, who had just stopped coughing, held his forehead and sighed. Sigh. I really don't know who instilled these fallacies in you, even though some of them do make sense. Forget it, let's talk about business first. We can cooperate, but I have to be the leader. From the moment we cooperate, you and your men have to listen to my orders. Okay. Anyway, I'm your lover. Naturally, I'll listen to you. Black Lily agreed without any hesitation. When did we become lovers? Andre asked, dumbfounded. He felt that he couldn't keep up with the pace. What was going on? Black Lily shrugged her shoulders indifferently. It's okay. I'll just sleep in the back room for a night. Shocking. Andre couldn't believe that this came from a girl's mouth. That's right. Not a woman, but a girl. When he got closer, he realized that Black Lily's forehead was smooth and clean, the tip of her nose was slightly red, and her cheeks were white and fresh. It was obvious that she was a virgin. It was hard to imagine what kind of weird way of thinking and valiant personality she had to have in order for a girl to be able to say such words that would make normal girls blush without batting an eyelid or skipping a beat. Andre felt that there must be a problem, so he stared into her eyes and asked, "Can you tell me why you're so persistent on this matter?" Of course. My mother said two things to me before she died. One was that if you find a good man, you must make your move early. The other was that a man's favorite is always his lover, not his wife. I like you, and then I want to make our relationship closer. Is there a problem? Black Lily used a righteous tone to say a set of fallacies that didn't make sense. However, from the serious expression on her face, she obviously felt that this was the most correct principle in the world. Now, Andre finally figured it out. It turned out that the girl in front of him had been seriously misled about the relationship between men and women, so she thought that after becoming his lover, she would be firmly tied to him. He had to admit that this way of thinking was extremely weird. Although it was very tempting to maintain a relationship with a beautiful woman, he immediately threw the idea to the back of his mind when he thought of the troubles that might arise in the future. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, I understand what you mean. But I'm sorry, if you continue to insist on this, then our cooperation will be forced to stop." Reason? Give me a reason. Black Lily asked loudly with her eyes wide open. She was obviously angry. Her beautiful face was slightly red, and her two hands were tightly clenched into fists. But it wasn't surprising. Any beautiful woman's self-esteem would be severely hurt if she was rejected, let alone a gang leader who ruled a quarter of the slums. It's very simple. Your understanding of the relationship between men and women is completely wrong. I don't want to cause trouble for myself, so I can only refuse. To be honest, you're really charming. Maybe I'll consider giving it a try after you become a little more normal. Also, this ring can shoot out a ray of light every day, causing the target to feel dizzy. I'll give it to you as a gift. Goodbye. With that, Andre put a dizzy ring on the table, pulled up his hood, and left the tavern. Although it was very tempting to have sex with a beautiful woman and gain control of the gang, it was far less than his moral bottom line in his eyes. This was a kind of persistence, a kind of belief, and a kind of spiritual sustenance. If it was easily broken, then this person would not be far from complete depravity. Looking at the young man completely disappear at the end of the alley, Black Lily gently picked up the ring on the table and turned to ask the bartender, "Alvin, do you think there's anything wrong with what I just did? That mage's body clearly had a reaction, and he even gave me a magic item. Why didn't he want to sleep with me?" The bartender helplessly touched the fat on his face and stuttered as he explained, Boss, if any man doesn't have a reaction when he sees you, there are only two possibilities. One is that he likes men, and the other is that a certain part of his body is not working. That mage is different from Gajiel, who only wants to take advantage of you. He seems to prefer the spiritual feeling. And you do have a little problem in that area. Spiritual? What does that mean? Black Lily frowned and looked at her subordinate. It's love. My boss. The bartender finally couldn't take it anymore and yelled out while covering his face. He couldn't believe that his boss, who could run such a large gang so well, was such an idiot when it came to relationships. He couldn't even understand such an obvious hint. Love? Well, it seems that I'll have to ask Lisa. She often hangs out with those men, so she should know something. With that, Black Lily put the magic ring on her finger and turned to walk to the second floor behind her. As for the bartender, he had completely given up on his boss. He leaned on the counter and muttered to himself, "My God! Is there anything more ridiculous than asking a prostitute about love?" After wandering around the dangerous back street for half a day, André, who was both physically and mentally exhausted, went straight upstairs as soon as he returned to his residence. He took off his clothes and fell asleep on his bed. Perhaps it was because of the strange things that happened that night, so he had a strange dream. In the dream, he was doing something shameless with Serena, and Black Lily, who was wearing sexy lingerie, suddenly rushed in and joined the group. However, this wonderful experience didn't last long. Soon after, the two women started quarreling, and then they picked up their weapons and chased after him. They kept running in the end. Just as he was about to be cut into pieces, André suddenly woke up. In the end, he realized that it was just a dream. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I've really gone crazy. How could I have such a dream? What a troublesome puberty. I don't know when it will end." As a person who had lived two lives, he knew very well that this was the restlessness of puberty. The reason why it didn't happen before was because this body had never touched a woman. But after having intimate relations with the female knight, this body naturally remembered this feeling, so he began to fantasize about having sex with every beautiful woman around him. This was a period that every man had to go through. As he grew older, it would be slightly better, but for now he could only find a way to overcome it. Chapter 66. Climbing out of bed and putting on his clothes, André picked up his spellbook and began to memorize the arcane spells he needed for the day. For a mage, this was an essential part of the process. Every spell that was memorized would disappear from the mind in an instant after being cast. No one knew why, and no one knew how to overcome it. Everyone thought it was a restriction set by the gods to prevent mages from becoming too powerful. After a full hour, his mind was once again filled with all sorts of unfamiliar incantations and spellcasting movements. Only then was the entire preparation process considered complete. Next up was washing his face, brushing his teeth, and eating breakfast. After chatting with Elsa and the little Loli for a while, André once again left his residence and went straight to the Mage Association to exchange the 4 bottles of potions that he had made yesterday for gold coins. Since the potions could be consumed by anyone, there was an additional 25% charge on the standard spell price. This way, a level 1 potion would cost 125 gold coins, and a level 2 potion would cost 250 gold coins. The 4 bottles would cost 750 gold coins in total, and he was no longer in a pinch. Without any hesitation, he bought 2 level 2 arcane spell scrolls. They were Panic causes creatures that are not strong enough to run away within a radius of 4-5 meters. Lasts for 6 seconds, an additional 6 seconds will be added for each level of the mage. Melf's acid arrow shoots a magic arrow made of strong acid, causing continuous damage after hitting the target. The higher the level of the mage, the longer the duration. Hiding in the empty library, Andre quickly learned the 2 arcane spells that cost 500 gold coins and copied them into his spellbook. After completing all this, he took the 200 gold coins and went straight to the president. Boris glanced at the young man and smiled. "Speak, what do you want from me?" "Master, I'm here to receive this month's mission." Andre bowed slightly as he replied. In fact, he wanted to quickly get some experience points to raise his mage level to 5 and master a powerful level 3 arcane spell. When the time came, he would have something to rely on, whether it was hunting monsters in the wild or going out to sea to take a look at other cities. "Receive a mission? So fast? You've only been in Lincoln City for a few days, haven't you?" Boris took off his glasses with a puzzled expression on his face. Just like the saying goes, the more powerful a person is, the more they hate restrictions. That was why most mages were free and undisciplined. Even though they were paid handsomely, they had always been willing to put off such compulsory duties as much as possible. This was the first time someone had come to them on their own accord. Seeing the puzzled look in the guild leader's eyes, Andre shrugged and said the excuse he had prepared. "I have no choice. I want to buy a ship to go out to sea, but I don't have enough money on me, so I can only do some missions." After hearing this, Boris's expression changed slightly. He asked very seriously, "Buy a ship and go out to sea? Why?" "There's no particular reason. Firstly, I think sailboats are very beautiful. Secondly, I used to live inland, and I want to experience the magnificence of the sea for myself." Andre noticed that something was amiss with the guild leader's mood and immediately explained. He didn't want to be misunderstood, especially by powerful mages. Boris narrowed his eyes and looked at him for a long time before finally sighing softly. "Sigh. It seems like you really don't know anything, but that's good too. Remember, don't go out to sea or buy a ship in the next few months. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. Here, this is a mission. Pick one." After saying that, the guild leader took out a piece of parchment paper from a pile and threw it directly onto the table. Feeling that the situation was getting stranger and stranger, Andre didn't try to find out the reason. He silently picked up the parchment paper and looked at the mission recorded on it. From his point of view, either something big was going to happen at sea, or it was related to the conflict within the guild. Either way, it was going to be very complicated, so it was better to leave it alone for now. Mission: Viscount Burney requests a wizard to teach his son a 4-hour magic lesson. Reward: 300 gold coins. Mission: Assist the army in clearing out the kobold tribe 40 kilometers away from the city. Reward: 400 gold coins. Mission: Investigate the ruins deep in the western forest. You need to find the entrance and bring back a complete map. Reward: 800 gold coins. Mission: Find and kill the pirate group hidden in the sewers. Be aware that they may have spellcasters, so please be careful. Reward: 5,000 gold coins. Glancing at the variety of missions with different rewards, Andre raised his head and asked, "Master, why are there so many requests from nobles?" "Because it's good for us to maintain a close relationship with nobles. Not to mention, they don't usually have excessive requests, and they are very generous when it comes to giving money." Boris replied without raising his head. Andre suddenly understood and nodded. "So it's political. Then what's with this pirate group hidden in the sewers? Is there a mage among them?" Hearing about the pirate group, President Boris finally raised his head and explained, "Spellcasters don't mean that they are mages. They can also be warlocks who have activated their bloodline power, druids who maintain the balance of nature, priests who have been blessed with divine spells by the gods, or bards who like to play with fancy tricks. These people who can use supernatural powers can all be called spellcasters. Speaking up to this point, his face suddenly became gloomy. These pirates are a bit troublesome. They are very strong. The city guards sent 3 feudal knights and 40 elite soldiers to investigate, but they all died. One of them was actually smiling after he died, so it was determined that it was the effect of a spell. Then, it was pushed to us and promised that whoever completed this quest would immediately become a baron and receive a reward of 5,000 gold coins. There were also other rewards, such as a large manor. But I advise you not to accept this mission, because it's just too dangerous. Can't we just send the army to investigate the entire sewers? Andre didn't understand. It was clearly a problem that could be easily solved, so why did they have to make it so complicated? They had the home advantage, but they didn't know how to make use of their advantage in numbers. After all, there were a total of 3,500 professional soldiers stationed in Lincoln City. If half of them were mobilized, they would be able to plow the entire sewers in 2 hours. Not to mention a group of living people, even a mouse wouldn't be able to escape. Although Lincoln City was only a small city, it radiated countless towns and villages around it through trade. It was basically no different from a country. As long as they were determined, it wouldn't be too difficult to get rid of a group of troublesome pirates. Chapter 67. It's no use. Those guys have planted spies in the city. Once there are signs of a large-scale deployment of troops, they will disappear without a trace. I think they must have taken a ship out to sea. They should have a secret dock nearby. In the past 2 months, 14 merchant ships have been looted. The nobles in the city hall are going crazy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have offered such a high reward. After saying that, Boris's mouth curved into a smile. It was unknown whether it was a mocking or playful smile. Obviously, the president was happy to see the nobles in a flurry. Maybe it was because of his bad taste, or maybe it was because of the power struggle. Andre frowned and thought for 10 minutes. Finally, he made up his mind and decided to take the risk. I'll accept this mission. I promise I'll give you an answer in 5 days. As soon as he said that, a row of messages popped up in his vision. You've accepted the mission. Find and kill the pirate group hidden in the sewers alone. Difficulty: extremely dangerous. Mission completion reward: 8,000 EXP. As the difficulty of the mission exceeds the danger level, you'll be rewarded with an additional 2 basic attribute points after completing the mission. Note: this mission has exceeded your strength by too much. You may lose your life at any time. After reading all of it, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was a little excited. Dangerous? Could it be more dangerous than Ulysses? According to the classification of mages, this powerful necromancer was at least level 14 to 16. It might even be higher. If he was alone, he could turn a city into a purgatory in minutes. A group of people that even thousands of ordinary soldiers had to avoid could not be that powerful. So, as long as he set a trap in advance like before, he would be able to get rid of them easily. Most importantly, he finally found a second way to gain EXP other than killing, and that was to continuously complete missions. One had to know that killing Ulysses only gave him 5,000 EXP. Now, just by completing a mission, he could get 8,000 EXP. And that was not counting the EXP gained from killing. It was like someone had sent him a pillow just as he was about to doze off. The more he learned about mages, the more Andre realized that this profession consumed EXP too quickly. Not to mention the consumption of potions and items, the amount of EXP needed to level up was quite terrifying. 1,000 EXP for level 1, 2,000 EXP for level 2. At this rate, by the time he reached level 8 or level 9, it would be an astronomical figure. With an extreme thirst for experience points, he quickly bid farewell to Boris and planned to return to his residence to prepare, especially to copy a few more scrolls in case he needed them. After accepting this dangerous task, Andrei spent the next few days eliminating all distractions and devoting himself to the preparation work. Even the cute little lowly Beverly was neglected. She could only read Magic, Enlightenment, for the second time every day. He was very clear that since the system had determined that his danger level was extremely high, it meant that he had no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. So, he once again used his trump card. Unlike the last time, he used a simpler but more ferocious blazing fire glue and white phosphorus Molotov cocktail. Thanks to the relatively advanced chemistry system of this world, many things that only appeared in the industrial age on Earth had already been discovered by the mages. However, due to the low production rate, it was still impossible for them to be used on a large scale. However, it was not a problem for them to make some for their own use. In fact, the use of some of the mages' weapons of mass destruction was limited to spellcasting materials, or the additives used to make certain magic items. Take white phosphorus for example. As long as you add some to black gunpowder, the power would instantly increase by 10 times. Not only could it produce an unextinguishable high-temperature flame, but it could also produce a highly toxic poison. As long as the dosage was enough, it could completely burn a person alive into ashes. Such a terrifying weapon could completely change the current war where cold weapons were the main weapon. However, the mages only saw it as a common spellcasting material and poison. They simply did not discover its true use. Of course, this might have something to do with the amount used. Most of the mages would only buy 1 or 200 grams at a time. They had not yet discovered the terrible lethality of the white phosphorus Molotov cocktail. Due to the low production rate, Andrei spent a lot of effort to buy 2 kilograms, spending a total of 50 gold coins. Then, he mixed it with his own black gunpowder and put it into 3 prepared glass bottles. Then, he stuffed the blazing fire glue and used a linen cloth soaked in oil to seal it. Such a frightening white phosphorus Molotov cocktail was completed. Although there were only 3 of them, their power was not to be underestimated, especially in a narrow place like the sewers. Once they exploded, there would be nowhere to hide. In addition, he did not hesitate to waste his experience points to copy a lot of arcane scrolls and to make a lot of magic potions. His experience points were flowing out like water. In just 2 days, his experience points had shrunk by a quarter, leaving him with only 1,400 points. When everything was ready, Andrei went to the blacksmith shop on the 3rd day to take back the custom-made sleeve arrows, pulley crossbow, tri-edged dagger, and alcohol lighter. He had to admit that the blacksmith's craftsmanship was not bad, especially the exquisite lighter. It was simply a work of art. After filling the lighter with alcohol, the lighter would be ignited immediately. Once the lid was closed, the lighter would be extinguished in the blink of an eye. After smearing all the arrows and tri-edged daggers with aconitum root, Lucien carefully tied the sleeve arrows to his arm, tied the quiver to his weapon, and carried the crossbow on his back. He put all the potions and scrolls in his bag, and hung the 3 Molotov cocktails next to his belt. After making sure that he did not miss anything, Lucien took a deep breath and walked out of the room. "Are you going somewhere far away?" Elsa stopped what she was doing and looked up at Lucien. "No, I'm just in the city. If I'm lucky, I'll be back before dark." Andrei pretended to be relaxed. Elsa looked at Lucien from head to toe for a few seconds and then pointed at his equipment. "You're a powerful sorcerer? You don't need to carry weapons in the city. Don't lie to me. Are you going to the wild?" Andrei could only shake his head with a bitter smile. "I'm not lying to you. It's indeed inside the city. It's just that it's not on the surface but underground. Goddess of Dawn bless you. You're going to the sewers. That's even more dangerous than the wild." Elsa shouted in shock. As a local resident, she had heard too many horrible stories about the sewers. There were all kinds of man-eating monsters, horrifying giant beasts, and robbers and gangsters who sneaked into the sewers.